Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger, bringing you a true story. I want to say welcome to my new subscribers. I want to say thank you again to Katt Not Williams for giving me a shout out and sending people my way. I hope any newcomers that come will be able to visit often, as I don't always stick to the trial. I really get my trial information from Katt, and I'm not a lawyer, but because I love the way that they do their commentary. And so I talk about the trial, but I talk about it more from a mother's point of view and the injustice that I see that's happening to our sons. And I really wish more people were outraged. And if we sent more complaints to the bar, something would have to change. But change is not going to happen by us just chatting in the chat. As the judge stated today, the jury are the ones that's going to make the decisions. And of course, they don't get to see all of the things that we get to see. And they don't know all of the things that we know. But I want to say welcome to everybody, those in the bushes and the trees, on the beach in Belize, in the Bahamas, on a cruise, Napa Valley, drinking booze, whatever, wherever you are. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Well, we got old Gaither back. And she was true to form. Arrogant, nasty, brutal, lying, any adjective you can think of that describes wickedness, tag it onto her. And that's one woman's opinion. Although I see a lot of people agree with my opinion as I read the comments in the chats. For the mothers of these sons that are still with us, and the family members for the mothers that are not, I cannot imagine the pain they must be going through knowing that their sons have been locked up for 2 years. And the people that has done the shooting and all of the things that they've admitted to doing are walking free with immunity. Use immunity, of course, but immunity nonetheless. And they want to keep away from who they believe committed the crime that they're holding all these guys to. And it's really, really, really painful. I'm going to take us back. I'm not going to do a lot with the trial. I am going to show, I'm not a lawyer, but she has a short video that I want to share. I love the way she breaks down videos and give her commentary. She and Katt remind me of each other so much because they don't do a lot of personal opinions and they don't do a lot of conjecture like myself and others. They really kind of just stick to what they know or don't know. And if they don't know, they don't even delve into it. Where my imagination goes wild, and there's no telling where I may come up with an answer or a thought. So it takes all kinds to make up the world, even in the metaverse. And that's why it's good to visit different people. But I know when you're into a certain thing, that's what you want and that's what you expect. So I hold no grudges. No one shows up. No animosity. I would love to have a chat full of people chatting about what's going on. I've had those days, but people come and go. And I understand that. I remain steadfast and unmovable. And I'm going to continue to bring the content that I bring. So I thank everybody who decided to subscribe to my channel. I want to thank you for my new membership. And let me say thank you properly. By Capricorn became a member today. And so I'm very excited about it. I'm grateful to anybody who made comments on my videos, who like my videos and even share my videos. I did a video this morning about Gaither. And I did that video because the Honorable Doug Weinstein had made a statement in the courtroom that she was on the first 48. But she doesn't want to be seen in the courtroom. And I don't know why she doesn't want to be seen in the courtroom, but when I looked for the video of her on the first 48, that video, you had to pay to watch it. And I paid to watch it, and I made a small video this morning, about 30 minutes. And she's at about the 15-minute mark. He comes in. And it's only a few seconds, but she's there. Full effect on the camera. So if you want to see that, you would have to go to that video because it cannot be monetized. And it cannot be monetized because A&E doesn't want it monetized. They don't monetize their videos. So we can't monetize their videos. And I accept that. And I appreciate that. But I had to get the word out. So I went ahead and did the video because they allowed me to do that. And I'm grateful for that. So if you want to see that, you would have to go and look at that. I do my best to abide by the YouTube community guidelines and terms of service. And I do have most of my videos monetized. And so I would like to also keep them monetized. I qualified for the program. But I don't mind sometimes when I have to share and there will be no monetization. That's fine. Because what I want to do is to get the news out and get people talking and researching and reading and thinking for themselves. That's what I would love to see happen. Especially in my hood and hoods all across America. Used to be known as communities, but we've been reduced to hoods. Food deserts, no health facilities. The educational system is shot. So we need each other, and we need to help each other learn and do better, do different, make better choices. In our community, it's reeked with shame and guilt. And one thing you must learn, that you're only as sick as your secrets. I had a young man in my comments, and he said, I'm lost. And I don't know what he's lost about. He said he would pay me a visit, and I hope he does, so he can explain to me what he was lost about. But I was talking about the gatekeepers are stuck at the cattle guard. And what I meant by that, I don't know if that's what he was asking about. If you know anything about farming, and I believe I explained this earlier today, then there is a thing called a cattle guard. It's at the driveway point, so that when you cross that point, you're on to the public streets, the public road, the farm to market road. So what the farmer would do, because we know that cattle run in herds, and they normally follow the leader, and wherever the leader goes, the herd will follow. And so what happens is, when they get to the cattle guard, because you have planks of wood with spaces in between that their, hooves can get caught off into, they don't pass that guard. And that's where our gatekeepers are. At the gate, they are the cattle guard, keeping us behind. And it's time for us as a people to wake up. We say the children are our future. What are we teaching them? And what are we leaving them? It's painful, I can tell you that. To know that we have a whole generation of people that are not going to know what to do once we become ancestors. So we need to start teaching them now. I suggest that everybody that interested in the YSL trial, fair and equitable treatment in the court system, I suggest that you hit this link and make a complaint on the things that you see that you know that are not right. I suggest that we do that. There is strength in numbers. And one of the things that the people above us will do, they will keep us divided. Because what happens when a house is divided? It can't stand. That's the same as a people. Hey, 55, 59. Great to see you. We got work to do, people. And I'm serious about it. We have work to do. And if I have to do it alone, then I'm going to do my part. I can't say what nobody else is going to do. I spend most of my days when I'm not on here, or if I'm not in China or Korea, looking at my videos, then I'm advocating for somebody. Because that's what I do. Advocating. I'm not asking anybody to do anything that I'm not willing to do. But we're in trouble. While we sitting up talking about who's going to vote for who and who's for us and who's against us, we have the dock workers on strike. It won't be long before the stores will be empty. Those shelves that we love to go and purchase certain items, they're not going to be there, and nobody's going to be delivering them. And then we're all going to panic. We saw that a couple of years ago. People are wondering who's what and where they come from. They did that with the other one. For the whole time, they wanted to know about the birth certificate. Rightfully so, I'm sure. Rightfully so, I'm sure. But what I've come to know is we got to do what we have to do. And we can't worry about them. We have to worry about us, because but for the grace, it could be us or our sons or our daughters sitting in a courtroom being railroaded right before our eyes. It's so sad. A lot of times it moved me to tears. But I do the best I can. Detective, Sergeant, whatever she called herself, Gaither. Hey, Trinity, good to see you. I love that music. I really do. Keep sending them to me. If I don't get back with you, you know I'm doing something. But I love that music. You know, when I think about us and how far we've come and how far we still have to go, again, it's overwhelming for me. I don't know about other people, but it's very overwhelming for me. And to see what's happening, and not just these young men courtroom, it's in courtrooms throughout YouTube. So that means throughout the United States, there are injustices being done. Every day, all day. We know that. I did a video about 2 young men that were executed with questionable convictions. And we as a people are not outraged. I don't understand that. I really don't. But everything is not for me to understand. I can just have a thought about it and have a conversation about it. I don't have to understand it. It's people like Lieutenant Gaither that put these guys, Lieutenant, Sergeant, Investigator, 911 Operator, whatever she goes by, Detective, Security Guard, whatever she goes by. It's people like her who search the internet and build a case. And it is said that she slept with this young man that's involved in this case, Auntie. It is said that they lived together as wife and wife, I guess is what they call themselves. I don't know. That's what it said. Whether it's true or not, I didn't hear anybody object. I heard that a prosecutor asked, "Did you see this?" And then she did ask that it be stricken from the record. So she did do that. That happened. As a matter of fact, that's going to be my first video that I show. I thought it was interesting because the same guy who accused her of living with this woman, and the prosecutor had something to say about it, in the video today, when he was talking about someone shooting at his girlfriend and cousin, that this young man that is no longer with us pulled up to the house and said that he was going with his cousin. Nobody questioned that, and they didn't ask for that to be struck from the record. That's the same guy telling the same type story. The prosecutor called him as a witness and impeached him on everything he had to say, except that. She didn't ask any questions about that. I thought that was strange. But, who am I and what do I know? I've got to find the right day. And now that I've found the right day, let's find the right spot. Now here she's going to ask him about knowing Gaither. And we want to listen to what his answer is in knowing Gaither. I am grateful to Law and Crime that they stream this every day and allow people to stream it live and allow us to use it for commentary, comment under the Fair Use Act, criticism, and education. So here we go.
So, did you stay in the house all day?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10, 2015?
No.
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
Yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home. I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called?
Probably Moonson.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee in the picture.
Yes.
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
Me, Shannon, and Yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG_Bull.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of it?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 game.
Submitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably Moonson.
You said probably, not it was Newton.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night?
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What did you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think with Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
Okay, it looks like it's going to be one of those nights. I don't know if the Wi-Fi is weak or if something is happening to the transmission of the YouTube. But we're going to keep going as we always do. So be patient and keep listening. You'll learn something. And I thought this is exactly where it was about Gaither and what he said, but it must be in another area. I had it, but all day I'm always doing something, so I knocked myself off of the exact spot that I had for you guys so you didn't have to listen. But I think we need to hear some of this, so just bear with me, and I appreciate it.
Nine times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember where Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moonton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out,
Help out who?
like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label, Mr. Williams,
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stoner t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I don't sell a t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember, I just know. Whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard NAR used?
Who is not?
Demise mother.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name Dubois?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until.
Right now, I don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't know.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Ken Cole?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just kept me, keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I
Headquarters?
only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't know always at no same place. No,
Those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No.
All right. And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
No.
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And somebody in Florida, he was already there.
who's already there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know. It was the next morning. Yeah.
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know. I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We
you,
got
was
there
he
late on that
January
night, the
10th?
next night.
Was he there on January 10th?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes.
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinter or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinter?
I don't damn know. I mean, I don't know.
Did you purchase it?
No.
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
No.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't remember. Probably sure.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, it's very hard to listen to this woman question her witness. This is the state's witness, and he's not charged at this time in this RICO case. RICO is the operative word here. We've yet to meet Rico, to Rico show up on the same stage, in the same room. We haven't had any dealings with Rico. If you're not following this case, this may seem tiring, but can you hear in her voice the hostility that she has for her own witness? And after a while, she even gets to treat the witness as a hostile witness. But the state, she's the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor in this case, the crooked prosecutor, the wicked lying prosecutor. This is not just opinion. This is on video if you watch this case every day. But you see how she's antagonizing him in her tone, asking him questions. I think we've heard enough of her right here. And I'm going to go on because I made a short of that video that I was telling you guys about. And I'm going to just go ahead and play that. Give me a moment to pull it up.
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that be struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gates?
You say how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay, when he made that statement, he gave away some trade secrets, in my opinion, because he let us know that she knows one of the main players in this play that's not a part of this indictment, I believe. It's 28 young men that are being indicted. Some have taken plea bargains, and some they call co-conspirators, but they're unindicted co-conspirators. Now, if it's all about the gang and putting away the gang, I don't see how some can get charged and some do not. But that young man that he just mentioned, well, he let us know that Gaither is in a relationship with that young man's auntie. So to me, when you look at this case, that's why it's so very frustrating. And everything that we know about this case comes from social media or somebody said. It just stands to reason that a lot of the inside story that she's getting, that she say that is happening, is coming from this young man who's talking with her and his aunt, or talking with his aunt, and then the aunt is doing pillow talk to her. And again, that's one woman's opinion. And we have to go by what we have so that we can make a decision or a conclusion of our own. Does not have to be right, does not have to be wrong. It's just what we believe it to be. When we hear the story, we draw our own conclusions. And that's my conclusion. It's hard to believe this woman who had no case file that she could recollect, that they could put their hands on, all of a sudden today came up with case file material that had been copied and sent to the DA. You know, Keith Sweat said it best. Something just ain't right. It's not right what's going on in this case. And we're looking at it every day. For many, it's entertainment. For these young men, it's their lives. This young man facing 189 years in prison. Georgia has some of the most draconian laws from the 1800s, and Ashley Merchant shared that with us in a forum on X. And she's a defense attorney, a renowned defense attorney in my opinion, my shero. She's the one who's defending one of the men that is caught up in the Donald Trump RICO case. And she's not afraid to talk about this broken system. Now, I know they said this is the best system in the world. And if this is the best, we're in trouble. Because what's happening here is not a joke. It's heartbreaking. And I see that we have at least 2 more people that have joined the chat. So I'm now 3. I'm going to share this video again where he shares with us about how he knows of Gaither.
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Meek Young Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that be struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gaither?
You say how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
So tell me, what do y'all think? Is it a possibility that she's getting some pillow talk and that's what's driving this entire RICO case? Make you wonder, doesn't it? And Judge Whitaker, when she came on, we thought she was really going to be fair and equitable. We thought that she was going to uphold the Constitution and the rights of these young men with a presumption of innocence until proven guilty, with the right to a fair trial by a jury of their peers, with the right to representation, and the judge seems like she doesn't want to let the defense talk. It's really, really, really heartbreaking what we see going on in the courtroom. Of YSL. Heartbreaking. So I'm going to play now I'm Not a Lawyer But. And I'm going to play her now because she's going to give us of some of the things, the shenanigans that went on in the courtroom. And we'll look at a little of Katt as well. Katt had a problem today where the
hate it.
Her computer crashed. But she came back like a no-limit soldier. Tonight she's celebrating 25,000 subscribers. She hit 25,000 subscribers, and so they're having a party over at Classy Beats, and they're celebrating. One thing I love about her is she will come by and support us, and she shouts us out. And I was able to capitalize on that because I got a few people that actually subscribe to the page. And so it's no problem if you can't be here live. The playback worked just fine. And like it and leave a comment if you would. I'd greatly appreciate it. Become a member and get a free massage. One a month is what I can give away. And I can only give it away to different people. The same person can get one twice a year, every 6 months. But that's what I give to my members. If they email me and let me know that they have a massage envy in their town. And trust me, they do a great job. I love it. I don't get out much anymore, so I have so many that have accumulated. So I give them away. Yeah, they doing the most. You finna really see the most. They said this is so sad and nothing can be done about this kangaroo court. Yes, something can be done, but people have to do it. What has to be done is the people need to start addressing their so-called government. You can file a complaint with the bar. I dropped the link earlier. I'm going to drop it again. You can also write a letter to the judge about her behavior and how you feel about her behavior. It doesn't have to be anything ugly or derogatory. It could be professional and calling out the hypocrisy and the judicial misconduct that we see taking place. It's strength in numbers. I made a complaint, but mine was geared more toward Glanville, and we see he's no longer there. Not because of my complaint. Let me make myself clear. Not because of my complaint. But I lodged a complaint, and I mentioned the two prosecutors, and I truly have to take some time and do one on the prosecutors. But like I said, I advocate every day for everyday people in my community here in Dallas, Texas. People I know and people I don't know. I do my best to share my knowledge, my wisdom, my skills, and my abilities to help people find their voice. Because we all have a voice and we all deserve to be heard. Whether we believe that or not, we do. So let's listen to Mel. And the Wi-Fi is acting a little strange tonight, so we just have to tolerate it. I appreciate y'all for staying with me, and let's just see what we get out of this. I like to start at the beginning if it's no music.
What the state
Yes.
says that they're
The witness said horrible.
Yep, and this is
What's happening, and I'm sorry I didn't have the mic off. What's happening here is this witness, which is Gaither, is so disrespectful. In certain instances, she's calling these lawyers horrible. She's making all kind of breathing noises as if she needs a respirator. And she's very curt, very rude, condescending, sarcastic, you name it, she's that. So here they're calling her out because she's going too far. And the judge is pretending she can't hear it. And the prosecutor lying and saying she can't hear it. And the prosecutor is sitting there signaling her when to answer and when not to answer. This is all on video. And I'm going to tell you, when you lodge your complaint, you can include videos. All you need is the URL and put the name of the video so that you can even do the timestamp, so that whoever you're complaining to can go right to what you're talking about. This has been going on for years. But if we don't do nothing about it, if we don't cry out, who's going to hear us? Nobody. We can't just talk amongst ourselves. We've got to enforce the Constitution, because we can see they don't care about it. And with the Constitution comes the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. These are the supreme laws of the land. It's a must that we get active. Don't think it's nothing you can do. There's plenty you can do. Whether it changed anything or not, you feel better when you're a part of trying to make a difference, or you're showing your babies or your grandbabies how to make a difference. You don't have to march in the streets. Marching is fine. But everything in this country is based on contract. And normally those documents are written. And normally you have to have a meeting of the minds. Two people must agree. But anytime they use something against you, you can best believe it's going to be in writing. Now it's on video as well as in writing. And we can do the same. We have power. We have to take it back. Let's listen to Mel.
just read it back.
I have to say, I would ask that.
I hate it here. The breathing, the objections, the remarks.
I'm not a lawyer, but that was me all day today. All day during day 140 of the YSL RICO trial. I watch live with my Patreon, so that's where the clips come from. And it's because the whole day was chaos. Let's start with the fact that one of the first things that happened this morning was a motion for mistrial.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Well, first, my response is we vehemently object to a mistrial.
Context to set you up for the day, Detective Gaither is still on the stand and Attorney Love is doing direct examination. Now, if you've been tapped in for a while on this trial, or at least on my recaps, you might remember this moment from day 68 of the trial.
When you left the police department, what did you do with this?
What'd I do with what? You have it in your hand?
Yeah, what did you do with it? The photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you did
I didn't.
before.
I didn't.
Okay.
Could you please answer my question?
What's your question again, sir?
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we can't find? We have this one though, but you don't have the other police reports. Investigator Gaither.
Yes, sir.
On December 28, 2023, did you write, "Good morning, Mr. Steele. I have decided not answer any questions at this time. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports." Investigator Gaither, where are your police reports?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Outstanding objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Now, if you don't remember, day 68 was the first time Detective Gaither was called to the stand. And a lot of Max Shart's cross-examination of her was him asking about police reports related to the Browns Mill Road incident, the incident at the gas station where a man was shot. And as a result of that, half of his head is no longer. You remember? So the main takeaway from Max's cross-examination of Detective Gaither was that her police reports connected to this incident were missing. Until today, that is.
First of all, did you keep a file for that case, for the Browns Mill Road shooting case?
I did.
And did you have that file after you left the Atlanta Police Department?
No. I left it with the Atlanta Police Department in a file cabinet.
Did you look at with the state any such file before coming here right now?
Did I look at it? Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
So the files have shown up, but the defense had no idea. Attorney Love says these files were served in discovery, but they were apparently put in another file, so it wasn't clear that they were Detective Gaither's files. And Attorney Love just realized today, after talking to Detective Gaither, that these are the files that everybody had been looking for. Just watch.
Just before we served, I think we called it complete case files from
Y'all see these three over here looking pissed.
operation planners. That's where they came from.
Okay.
And so the contents of that file were served whenever that was.
Yes.
Did you remember? I mean, when she was like, "Yeah, that might be my file," were you like, "Huh? So it actually exists after all," or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about interviews or certain parts, certain things within that she said were within her file, and I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist existed.
It's in there still.
Correct. I didn't see anything.
Last time she took the stand, there were specific things that she said she did. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, we found it. And I just don't know how that happens.
Both sides, why don't both sides either confirm if you can or otherwise whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022. I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
No,
We had the red files. We scanned red
That
files.
it might be
yes,
Detective Gaither's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
that I didn't know.
I know. And I mean, I'm just going to offer again, Miss Love, maybe when you talked to her outside and she said whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file, that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone. Well, you know what? Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago. You know, it's just that.
So the judge has a habit of bailing Love out. My theory on the reason why she won't call a mistrial, number one, before the election, number two, before December 31st, is because of the ORCA money. I will always repeat that I worked for an entity that you follow the money. When you follow the money, you follow and you will end at the corruption. This is corruption in its finest. If we ever want to know what it looked like in a courtroom, because we've never stepped a foot in a courtroom, and we believe everybody that enters a courtroom on a criminal charge is guilty. That's not true. Although we know a lot of criminals and we know a lot of guilty ones. But that's not always true. So she's always bailing out. We call that practicing from the bench. She's not allowed to do that and sit as a judge. She's not allowed, but she's doing it. You know, judges are just like all other elected officials, except for the Article 3 judges. The Article 3 judges is Article 3 of the Constitution for the United States. And they are appointed for life. All federal judges are appointed for life. Article 1 judges are voted by the people. So actually the people rule. But they have us so afraid and use the whip and chains on us in the mind till we think we have no voice. Because, you know, we can't give legal advice, and I don't. We can't represent anybody without a license, and I don't. You can't pretend to be something that you're not, but we call ourselves Negro, Black, and Colored every day. We're not that, but that's what we call ourselves. So we choose, just like they do, what we're going to obey and what we're not going to obey. Once you start researching who you are and you become to know who you are, you can no longer accept the unacceptable. You cannot do it. And I don't know if I said accept or accept. I don't know what I said. Sometimes I mess up words. So, bear with me. As the days go by, I get a little bit older. Yesterday, we celebrated my mom's 97th birthday, although she is no longer with us. It put a smile on my face. She's 97, and October 26th, I'll be 66. if I'm granted the breath to be there. And I claim it because I'm claiming 40 years. I want to live as long as my grandmother. And she made it to 104. My mom didn't get there. But my grandmother's siblings all lived into their hundreds. And their living conditions were deplorable and far worse than ours. And they didn't get to eat the steak. They didn't get to eat the ham or the pork chops. They got the pig feet and the hog maw and the chitlins. You know, the things that today they tell us is bad for us, but they outprice them where we can't even afford them anymore. And then in other restaurants and other cultures, they are a delicacy. Let's get back to this situation where the judge is practicing from the bench. And I believe they're doing all of this corruption all for the money, because they all were allocated money, not individually, their departments, and then they split it up. I don't know how it works, but this is public record. Ashley Merchant, my shero, told us about all of this money. Well, she didn't know about all the money, but she got the commissioners and the CFO of the Fulton County Commissioners Board to spill the beans, so to speak, on all of this money, the $75 million that we know of, because they got over $3 billion, I believe, for the entire state. It's not by happenstance that this is happening at such a time as this. It's not. And we need to start putting on our thinking caps and start thinking for ourselves and thinking more alike than different. Again, these are my opinions. They don't have to be right. I can be wrong, but I also could be right. Here we go.
The knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaithers is new. And when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying.
And then there's this snide, get the last word, odd exchange between Attorney Love and the judge.
We can talk about it during the non-jury days we're going to have, but we've got to streamline this case some more. You're just going to have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness.
Do they limit both sides to cross and state?
We'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I understand.
Oh yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness. And we haven't even gotten across yet.
She was here Monday, Judge. Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Oh, that's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying and how long every witness is on the stand testifying and how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But you'll need to self-regulate.
And then we finally get to cross-examination. Now listen, I have nothing valuable or clear to tell you about this cross, because this is how it went.
Former Sergeant Gaither. Retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered. Your Honor, I object to the testimony. The jury has heard what the witnesses said.
Okay, just ask her a question.
Right.
Objection.
APD.
That was asked and answered. Objection. Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what.
Do you withhold
what I'm saying?
Objection. Objection, Your Honor. These were covered months ago. Your Honor, this again, asked and answered, so objection.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what we're getting at here.
I'll get there soon.
Get there really soon.
Your Honor, I object. Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, objection. Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Jane,
Your Honor, I have not asked this
it
witness
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
by the state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean,
Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna replay it, so listen closely.
I can argue with the court, but I mean,
Your Honor, I object based on asked and answered. Objection vague.
Details
Objection,
surrounding the
Your Honor,
confession.
regarding alleged confession. Objection, contextual details as to what? Vague. Objection, Your Honor. Objection as to alleged confession. So continuing on that.
Your Honor, my client's presumed innocent,
Understood.
And Your Honor,
and I'm not accepting that there was any confession. So I'm going to say presumed.
Yeah.
I'm going to say alleged
All right,
confession.
stop. I'm going to excuse y'all. Let's everybody take a break.
All of that in one box, Mr. Shard. If you speak, I'm still answering.
objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I was just told
Harassing.
harass.
Overruled.
Your Honor.
Correct.
I object. They've heard the interview.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
So how is it that you can defend your client when this witness is talking to you like you're Wilhelmina Fufu, and then you got a prosecutor who's sitting there jumping out of her chair and slanging her head and making faces and objecting to every word before you can finish a sentence, and a judge that's sitting on the bench pretending she doesn't hear and see what's going on? But she's telling them they need to streamline this case. They have another 100 witnesses to go. Streamline this case. And then she rushed the defense, so it was unbelievable. And this lady, Love, has kept this woman on this witness stand for 2 days. Maybe one, I don't know. It's been so many, and it's so crazy and convoluted. You can't even think straight watching this trial. But I dare not watch the trial. We need to see. Maybe it can help you feel the pain of being falsely accused, locked away for 2 years, and you never had a felony. But you got men out here who say they are bona fide shooters, stompers, steppers, and they have immunity. This is unbelievable. And this is what we allowed to happen to the Americas. Y'all, we got to wake up and change.
Horrible.
Yes, on the stand, as Max Shard is finishing up and Brian Steele is preparing to come up, Detective Gaither says in the mic, horrible.
Your Honor, number one, I object.
Sustained. You may re-ask the question. You overruled. You may answer that question.
Your Honor, can I have one moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, that was really compound.
This dude.
Yep, this dude.
I want to go back to the original question I asked about the...
Yes, again, this dude is horrible. But this time, Keith Adams says something.
I'm going to ask you to address the witness and speak to the witness, and also, quite frankly, to speak to the DA as well. Because of the way everyone is positioned, they're obviously closer to the jury than anybody else. Their microphones are live, and what they say can be picked up on a microphone. A couple of times.
Sorry, who? The state says at their table?
And what the witness is saying. And there have been at least 3 occasions where the witness has either before or after a question muttered something and said something into the microphone that can be picked up.
Well, I certainly haven't heard it. I can barely hear the answers.
I am not the only one who's heard it. At that last exchange, I heard her say something, I couldn't make out what she said, into the microphone. I guess she was frustrated after the question, and it's being picked up by the microphone. And if I can hear her muttering over here, whatever she's saying can be heard to the jury. And it's just inappropriate. I think it's simple enough to tell her to not make any extraneous comments that can possibly be picked up by the jury. Same thing for the state. And we've actually addressed this before prior to this court's involvement in the case, where there have been times where the state, either out of frustration or who knows why they're doing it, says something, or they're making faces and they're saying something that can be picked up by the microphone. And because they're that close to the jury, I'm sure the jury can hear it too.
I can't say that I heard this because I was in the middle of everything, but I've been told by multiple sources that once my cross-examination was finished and Mr. Steele was going to begin, the witness said horrible.
Horrible?
Horrible.
What?
Okay.
And she's sitting right next to the jury.
If the witness and or the state is saying things like that and the jury hears them, I cannot imagine that reflects well on either of them.
Your Honor, I have to say, I would ask that presumptions based on assertions by counsel for opposing for the defendants not be taken as true and then spoken as if they are by this honorable court, because I have no idea what Mr. Adams is talking about. I have not heard any
There is no way this lady cannot know what they're talking about, because she probably told her, go ahead, give them all you got. But you got to be a little more careful, because this judge is not Glanville. This is ridiculous. And for that lady to sit there and lie and say she didn't hear that lady, and she's sitting right across from her, is unbelievable. And the judge didn't hear a thing. But where were her ears? I don't know how this court reporter is actually taking accurate statements, because the way these people stay off the mic and the way this woman is talking low like she's in the bed with that woman, I don't understand it. Because that's what she sounds like. And if he would have accused her of being with a man, I'd have said with that man. So it's no respect of persons with me. I don't care who people are in the bed with. None of my business. But it got told on the witness stand. And since they can't talk about it in the courtroom, we can certainly talk about it in the court of public opinion. And we can't do anything because we're not the 12 people that's sitting on that jury. But what we can do is write to the Bar of Georgia. And I will continue to put that link in the chat. And I know my chat moved awfully slow. So you can just, scroll back up and you can see it. But I'm going to continue to drop it.
utterings. I don't know what Mr. Shard is talking about. The state does not have the luxury to sit here and say what it believes someone from the defense is doing without it being cut off quickly. So I'd ask that the court not act on what is being asserted by counsel for the defendants as we stop these proceedings to address something nobody heard, but apparently Mr. Adams.
Fortunately, this trial is televised.
And Your Honor,
you know what? I'm going to stick with what I said before, which is if a witness wants to present themselves in that way in front of the jury, that is a reflection on that witness, and the jury can evaluate that. So, no, I'm not going to advise her or any other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say. And I didn't actually hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments, then that is a poor.
Now I want y'all to look at Love's body language and face. We can't see her whole total face, but we can see what we can see. Body language, by the way, is the only language that does not lie. So I want y'all to pay close attention to how she's acting, sounding, and responding.
Other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say. And I didn't actually hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments, then that is a poor reflection on her. And the jury, if they heard it, will notice it.
This trial is being televised and live
I
streamed.
don't know why that's lucky, because the jury's not going to watch the live stream.
I'm not talking about I'm saying
I mean, the jury is the one deciding this case.
the person making the complaint about the behavior is the defendants. And I'm in support of what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we adjourn for the day?
The next time we're going to see Your Honor is
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, we've got the next 2 days off.
And that's going to be for
holidays.
motions.
That'll be non-jury. Yep.
So court is now out until next Wednesday, and when they come back next Wednesday, it's going to be a non-jury day. So just the judge and attorneys and defendants going over motions. The last thing I do want to add is the last witness of the day was actually someone from the FBI who was talking about cell phone records, and it was actually really interesting because he was talking about the cell phone activity of some of the defendants on the day of Donovan Thomas's death. He was going over who called who and in what span of time that it happened. But in the middle of the testimony, the day was cut. So we're not going to get the rest of his testimony for like a week and a half. So I'll recap everything he has to say when he's back on the stand. Get me out of this trial, please.
And I know that's how the defendants are feeling. Get me out of this trial, please. Somebody, anybody. So I'm going to show some of the trial just so you all can see and hear the behavior of Gaither. And I'm going to start with Max Short. He is the attorney for Shannon Stillwell. And Shannon is facing, I think, 2 unaliving charges. So he's definitely advocating for his client. So let's see what's happening here. And it looks like they're not giving us closed caption. So when they don't do that, we have music added, but we can change the speed a little bit so that one of the things about fair use, you are allowed to use other people's content, but you have to make it your own. You have to do something different. You don't own their content, but in order for you to use it, you have to do something different. And so that's why I do the closed captions. And again, when they don't offer that, then I'll speed it up. So we're going to go a little bit faster. But here's Katt, and she definitely gives great commentary. And so let's listen to some of this. This is when Katt came back after her computer crashed.
Hi guys, I am back. So, yesterday and this morning you heard me say that my internet went out. We had a lightning strike right outside the house and something must have struck my building and it fried the router. We replaced the router. Everything was good. And then today the internet goes out midstream while we're watching day 140 and it's getting spicy. We're on cross-examination. Shark's up there ready to lay it down. And internet just goes out. And it's not the devices. It wasn't the hardware. There is actually a widespread outage. And they gave us an estimate of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Suddenly we're back up way earlier, so I'm not going to complain about that. I am fine though. The weather is beautiful today, so I can only imagine yesterday's storm might have had a leaning tree. Something was ready to come down. It came down, knocked into a line today, or something was fizzling out from the weather yesterday. Thank you guys all for checking in. We will have to resume here. I have it queued up to when Shark gets up for cross-examination, and we did watch a couple minutes of his cross already, but I don't exactly know where it froze on you guys, so we'll just start from the beginning of Shark's cross. Yeah, Spectrum is mostly okay. That's really the summary, the short summary. And I have a funky way. I want to say thank you to everyone that has sent supers. I just realized there's actually a way. There's a new feature in StreamYard where I can restart a stream from a broadcast that was done earlier. And I didn't enable that feature. It's new. I was like, I'll do it eventually. If I had enabled that this morning, I could have restarted within that chat window and had all the chats from earlier. But what I can do, and you guys can get a little preview, this will be funky, so I hope you guys all bear with me because I don't want to leave anybody unappreciated. I can still see these starred, which means the StreamYard automatically stars super chats. So I've got a weird way that we can make sure nobody's missed here. So we're gonna do a super chat marathon and clear through what I didn't get to earlier. And then we're gonna see Chart lay it down. So here we go. Peter Ortiz, thank you for the 2. I'm in the little corner here twice, but this is how we gotta do it. Love the hat, Cat. Shout out to our folks with the hats in the chat, including Ike right below, who says, morning to my X-Men mods. We've got a naming schematic going on. This had me dying laughing. Jennifer Devine, love could talk your tree to the ground. And you know, that could be that tree that came down and knocked into that spectrum and gave our whole neighborhood an outage. Could have been that. So big thank you. You guys show Jennifer some love. Leah's dad says, the judge can't critically think about a photo, but is in charge of being neutral when it comes to these men's lives and what could be used against them. And I didn't get to really watch much. I thought it was my hardware, right? So I was playing around with the hardware, was ready to go buy another router. And then we finally realized it's actually an outage. So I didn't really see what we're going to get into, but I did see on X. We're going to see some more shenanigans today, guys. I hear that the jury's going to go home a little early, I think. So Leah's dad, thank you so much. Excited to see, well, not excited, but I'll be interested in seeing what plays out. Army Nurse started earlier saying that today should be like Mod Appreciation Day. What a better day than the day my internet conks out for the 2nd day in a row, too. Shout out to the mods who held it down when, I don't even know what the stream looks like when I disappear. Is it just the purple screen? It's just like nothing. And Drea, I saw your message that I had Drea's comment pinned when everything went out. So Drea's comment about, what was it? Something going out. It was just like an applicable chat from Judge Whitaker, Drea was referencing. And that's what was stuck on the screen when my internet went out. So that's a good time. So mod love all the time. Okay, and it does just show the purple screen. Oh boy. But Army Nurse says, good morning, everyone. Congrats to you, Kat. It was like yesterday when I was the 1.5 subscriber. Amazing job. Yeah, Army Nurse has been here for the long haul. Consider her someone I feel like I know through YouTube, seeing her in chats everywhere. So this is super, super sweet. Thank you, Army Nurse. And I hope you guys hear these, because this is obviously a separate stream from when you guys actually sent this stuff. Shannon Alexander says, congratulations, 25K. Good day, K&W Crime Slime Green Gang. Shannon always has names. Love is ready for a picnic. the pattern. I'm still hoping a marriage certificate comes up. Me too, you know. I try not to offer tea up as information on the channel, but that doesn't mean I don't like a good tea. So if there is a marriage certificate somewhere, I want to know. Sassy Experience says, this case is based a lot on social media posts. Scary as heck that the judge can't tell a screenshot of a monitor. Yes, that's so frustrating. She can't tell a screenshot of the court Zoom, even though the picture's at an angle. Look how she ruled on the picture of the Grand Theft Auto gaming. I agree, and that was, yesterday we heard about that, and it just shows you're kind of like out of touch and not willing to acknowledge what you might not be aware of, right? I'm sure there's people in this chat that don't know what the game Grand Theft Auto is like, what it's like to play it. But you guys in the chat would probably be like, oh, someone else in the chat said it could be relevant to consider for this reason. I'm willing to learn about that and be aware that I didn't know that before. And as a judge, I think the judge should be a little bit more open to doing that. So shout out to Sassy Experience for the great insight there. Toothless Tiger, my friend, says, congratulations, Kat, on your 25K. I did a video on Gaither's first 48 debut. Yeah, I think debut. Season 16, episode 16, Soldier Down, timestamp. Okay, so I did not know this. Oh, yes, it's the first video right here. So I'm going to link to this in the chat, you guys. This is, if you have not seen First 48, and I'm going to be watching this when this is done. Here's Gaither on TV, even though she's hidden in the courtroom. Brought to you by Toothless Tiger. Ah, I can't wait. I'm going to hit the save to watch later. And I'm also going to save it. I have a small YSL playlist that sometimes I add stuff to. I'm going to add it in there too. So it'll be in there. It'll be awesome. And this is the one. Okay, so I had kept this pinned all day. Army Nurse said, with your permission, Kat, I declare today Moderator's Day. So Malat all the time, you guys. Boom emoji, green emoji, whatever you want to use. Big love to the mods that they're just like, the lights went out. We're playing Uno in the chat. The mods held it down. And I think the mods got us redirected with other channels that we can go and continue watching on, which I really appreciate you guys for doing that. Charles, so you had become a member. Thank you so much. And I think the banner, we can still start with the same banner we left off with. The member count might be a little bit off, but we should have our squeak counter. StreamYard saves that between streams, so. HTX Cass says, you can tell by Love's all right and okay remarks if she likes or dislikes something. Yeah, and she's always she says it right into the microphone. Like, we don't need you to say, okay, when an objection sustained against you. But, oh man, thank you so much, HTX Cass. And then, speaking of Cass, has anyone seen Cash Money Cass? She might not be here. It's her actual birthday today. But if she pops up, I want to make sure she hears us say happy birthday. Dave911 here says, congrats on being... I'm clicking these like they're coming up on the screen. And I'm forgetting that this is just a relic from the last stream. Dave911 is just Biff up here. Franz, I'm going to keep you down here the whole time. Dave911 says, congrats on the 25K, Kat. That's only the beginning of bigger things to come. I'm addicted. Dave, I love that you are here. Thank you so much. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I wish I could show you my bulldog watching TV. I think she thinks Gaither's growling and Love is barking. I wish you could show us your bulldog too. You gotta do, I think Carrie. Yesterday, Carrie, I think Carrie H. I think it's Carrie H. But she swapped her profile picture to show us her dogs, which was super smart. I love that. And it was super awesome that you did that just so we could see it in the chat. So Chloe, if you want to show us your bulldog, you could like change your picture for a day. But yeah, thinking that Love's barking at the screen. Oh man. And you guys are crazy with this one. CEO said, how long is this dog going to be on the stand? And Cutthroat said, when is the defense going to interview B. Gaither? Thank you, you guys. Byron the Great says, I keep clicking it to put it on the screen. Love stays objecting to the defense's objections. It's so unprofessional, the shady stuff Love is doing. Judge will never grant a mistrial at this point. Free all slime. I think we got this one earlier, but it's worth saying again. She's not going to grant a mistrial. So you're still on the money. Sean Turner says, a simple question is effective, and Love can't learn. I think we got these two. Okay, we got this block of them here. We got this block. Here we go. This is a new one. Raymond Rohrer says the judge is an enabler, feeding Love's addiction.
Okay, I'm sorry, everybody. I was dropping links. Let me go ahead and let you hear, starting with Matt Shore. I want y'all to hear how this lady answers and how she speaks to the defense attorneys.
Mr. Zachary was in jail, correct?
Yes, he's in custody.
All right, and he was in custody for a series of shooting residences from April 28, 2015.
Yes.
Oh, and you were the lead investigator in that case?
Later on, yes.
Okay. You were the one that took out the warrants for Mr. Zachary?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was arrested on that case on July 28th of 2015, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact date.
Why don't you want to
The
say the
charges
date?
Mr. Zachary was facing, you took out the warrants, 3 counts of ag assault.
If you can remind me what the case, the charges are, the actual warrants, I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Everything he was charged with.
Aggravated battery for...
Because Kat has the closed captions on, I'm going to go ahead and put it back at normal speed.
Shooting Denise Bell.
If you have something that can refresh my memory, I don't know of all of the exact charges
Okay,
off the top of my head.
All right. Did you charge him with aggravated battery?
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered if Mr. Sharp would provide something. She's asking for something to refresh her memory.
She said she doesn't know the exact charges, so I'm trying to work through it with her. Do you recall charging him with aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell?
Yes, I'm speaking of when you say counts, I can't recall how many exact counts is what
I
I'm
understand,
saying.
and I'm not going to press you on that. Okay. Criminal damage to property.
Okay.
Is that gang charges?
It sounds about right. I don't know off the top of my head everything that he was charged with.
You charged him with gang charges, gang act violations?
Yes.
And you charged him with possession of a firearm during commission of a felony?
That sounds about right.
All right. And he also had pending, he was still on bond for it, but he had pending the case from May 5th of 2015 when an officer found a gun in Summer Good's car, correct?
Okay.
You discussed that in an interview about his bond conditions and all the rest.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was before, so I'm sure the case wasn't dissolved by the time I talked to him in August. So.
Okay, so he has this case of shooting the houses, and then he has a separate case.
The gun possession, yes.
Gun possession, right. And at the time on August 5th, from July 28, 2015, when he was...
I want y'all to listen to the heavy breathing she's doing. All of the extra that she's doing, that's her breathing out of, I guess it's supposed to be frustration, but it's disrespect.
He was arrested to August 5th. He didn't have a bond, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You talked about calls that were made in the beginning of that. You said something to the effect, this is not a quote. Your people are calling me, so, I'm here now. What do you have to say?
Okay.
Is that paraphrasing? Is that
sure?
Right? All right. And I think you testified that you gave your number to certain people related to him. Who did you give your number to?
His mother.
His mother. Okay. Is that your standard practice, to give your number to people that you arrest?
Yes,
Or the family, I'm sorry, the family members of people you arrest?
A search warrant was executed at her home. So a lot of people have my phone number. It's a common practice of mine, yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland, did he have your number?
You're aware that he had my number?
Okay. Did his family members have your number?
I don't think I spoke with any of his family members.
What about Miss Quarterman? Did she have your number?
I believe so.
Okay. And that was his girlfriend at the time? Mother?
His child's mother, yes.
All right. Demekion Garlington, did he have your number?
No.
Did his family members have your number?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to, and I'm specifically talking about Mr. Zachary now.
Mm-hmm.
When you made reference to people calling on his behalf or to get you to go out and talk to him, who specifically was it that was calling?
The best of my memory, it was his mother and his girlfriend at the time, Miss Good.
Okay. And these calls would have taken place in between July 28, 2015 and August 5th, 2015. Is that fair to say? These calls would have happened after his arrest?
I would assume. I'm not 100% certain. But it was definitely after the search warrant was executed at his home.
Do you know what date the search warrant was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
How many times did his mother call you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and...
Sustained.
How many times did Summer Good call you?
Relevance. Objection.
Let me ask you, are there any reports regarding these phone conversations you had with Mr. Zachary's mother or girlfriend that you generated?
No.
Okay. Were these phone calls you had with Mr. Zachary's mother and girlfriend, were they recorded?
I don't believe so.
All right. On direct, you talked about your practice of not revealing your cards first. Remember that?
I don't think I used the word cards, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I'm not directly quoting you.
Okay.
But the idea that you hold back your information because you don't want the person that you're interrogating to know what you know and then structure a story around what they know you know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. People lie in the interrogation room, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor. One, relevance as to what people do, and two, speaking of the veracity of a witness is exactly the thing that the court has instructed the witness not to do.
That's not as to a particular witness overruled.
And Your Honor, then objection relevance as to what other people do.
Sustained.
Okay. You hold back information because you're concerned about people crafting their lies around what they would know you know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Why do you hold back information from people in the interrogation room?
And Objection, that was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't asked and answered by me, and I'm trying to lay the foundation to go somewhere with this.
Okay, well, you just asked a question very similar to that, so.
Well, it was my recollection was objected to. That's why I'm asking open-ended now. Why do you withhold? I asked if she withholds information. Now I'm asking, why do you withhold information from people in the interrogation room?
Your Honor,
You just asked her about the testimony she gave on direct as to why she did that. And she answered. Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay. In your experience, do people in the interrogation room try to protect themselves?
objection, relevance as to what people in the interrogation room do.
Are we speaking about a particular case? I mean, everybody's different.
I'm talking about in your experience.
In my experience, everyone is different. They have different reasons and motives.
If he said people, it stands to reason he's talking about everyone being different. But just listen to these stupid answers that this woman is giving. And then she's always questioning the defense. It's sickening. We're not going to listen to her long. I'm going to skip to let you hear a couple of others. But this is just too much.
Motivations for what they say.
In your experience,
Oh, yes,
in the
sometimes.
interrogation room, do people attempt to shift blame onto others?
Everyone has different motives and tactics that they use to try to outsmart us. Unless you're
yes,
talking about
sometimes.
someone specific. I don't want to just generalize all of my experience and all of my interrogations.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about a specific example that came up on direct.
Okay.
Ms. Love asked you about Quindaria Zachary informing you that Woody, Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Antonio Sledge Moontung shot shell kill on Martin Luther King.
Shot at.
Shell kill on Martin Luther King.
I don't know. Objection is to,
She asked.
you know what? I withdraw it. I'll let him ask the question.
Thank you. Do you remember?
Shot at Kelvin Watts? Yes.
Yes. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if Woody admitted to that when you interviewed him, right?
Okay.
And you chuckled.
I don't remember chuckling. Just now or then?
No, then.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I want to say, of course not, is what I stated.
Of course not.
Of course not.
Why did you say of course not?
Because we all know that he didn't. We watched several interviews with him, and he did not state anything about that.
Okay. That would have been against his legal interests, right?
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Sustained.
In fact, Mr. Copeland said he denied doing anything out on the streets. He said that people were always throwing his name into
Objection,
things
Your
that
Honor.
other people did, correct?
relevance and the best evidence was what they've already seen.
Can't update this banner fast enough.
Let me ask you this. You, as an investigator, wanted to talk to Mr. Zachary when you had him in the interrogation room about things he was accused of first. That was your first line of questioning, correct?
The case that I had for him, yes.
Right, the shooting up the houses from April 28th.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish DS-41A,
Yeah, those are all part of the. Yeah.
right, and it's 21851 to 22201.
Your Honor, with respect to,
01. Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
okay, so I would object under 403 since the jury just heard this entire interview and ask that if there's a question, that the question be posed. But this portion of the entire interview has been played for the jury.
That's true. It was very recently played. Why don't you ask questions, and then if she needs her recollection refreshed about anything, you can do that.
You focused Quindaria Zachary on the April 28, 2015 incident, right?
In the beginning of the interview? Yes.
Okay. And his first thing he said to you was, I wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he claimed to have information about the shooting, though, correct?
Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Jane,
Your Honor, I have not asked this
it
witness
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
by the state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean, I've been up here
If
for
we
5
already
minutes.
have the answer, just move on to something that we don't have the answer to yet.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you that Demekion told him all about what happened, correct? Demekion Garlington.
About what, sir? Which
The April
portion?
28, 2015 shooting, Sergeant David.
I don't believe that was exactly what he said.
Your Honor, may I play the video?
You may.
Thank you. Can we publish 41A, Mr. Kokomo? And that is 2/1851 to 2/2201.
The glitchy video.
Talk about this is what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? You wasn't worried. What did you hear about it?
Something I know with milk like DJ I jumped like so. And then
You was at the house complete?
yeah,
Apartment,
just 4 or 5 miles. And then that when she told me that she had got shot at too.
That same night?
You know, she said that they had gotten a whole bunch of shooting, and then like Ill Gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin go there one night, take 3, y'all know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Javante?
yeah, I don't know her name, but she was going in the house. And she said y'all started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from the apartment. She said,
Where is this house located at?
what you talking about? Landrum apartment,
Landrum and Zone 4?
on campus.
North Campus?
Yeah,
So who stayed over there again?
my cousin Liz, right? And take it.
That's what Javante said.
Yeah,
She your blood cousin?
yeah.
I mean, you know how people say.
No, my real cousin.
So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum.
Yeah.
Is this before or after D got shot at? Got jumped on?
She said they haven't led. It's after I was shooting.
So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happened.
Y'all tell me like.
Now that is where he said, just like he said that Gaither was with this young man's aunt, he said that his cousin was with this other young man. And I didn't hear anybody have a problem with that. The prosecutor didn't object to them playing that part. So I know that they had hearings before to decide on what they're going to play. But it's just amazing to me how that was okay. But she had an issue with what the young man said about the other couple and asked to strike his response.
I heard, like, when I heard her,
Okay.
I'm like, oh, I like, shoot, Muslim call or something in the morning, know that. But she like, Muslim cousin D out, because D telling them they be shooting, they had shoot them in the face, so Muslim told D that he had to find around home. And then she like, then D told, I would sleep, D told them one, like, they had shot up the house.
D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right?
They real name.
You talking about Lil D from 30
Yeah.
Mechanicsville? Demekion.
Demekion told me that they had shot the houses.
That who had shot the houses?
Him, they, and who it was, Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said, "Don't take Shannon." And some other boy named Trey Dunn, he can take it.
Named Trey Dunn?
Yeah.
He told you personally.
Yeah.
How did he tell you over the phone?
No.
In your face?
Yeah, he goes on my house. I was sitting there and he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called, that they shot up Larry with Tay State.
So if gang came back,
Yeah.
shot up
Yeah.
Tay house.
Yeah, someone right there.
That's good.
Like, I guess.
So, after seeing that video, you would agree that Mr. Zachary first said he wasn't there.
Yes.
But he said he had information about what happened, right?
Yes.
And he said he got that information because Demekion came over his house and confessed it all the next day.
Your Honor,
He didn't use the
I
word
object to the best evidence. And so,
Okay, overruled.
Yeah, that's not his
What's,
fault.
did you finish your
And
question?
his source, he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that That portion, that first story that he just told about the Mikian telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answered, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
objection under 403, they've just heard, and she's been asked.
Okay. He's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
You just said he could ask about it.
Okay. He promised you he wasn't there, correct?
Your Honor. I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it.
They keep
asked and answered.
If it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that?
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
The judge just said earlier, and this is Whitaker that's pissing me off. Not Love always pisses me off. But Whitaker told Shart like 5 minutes ago at this point, oh, well, instead of playing the tape, just ask the question so we don't have to play the tape again. Well, so now Shart's trying to ask the question of stuff that he's not replaying it in front of the witness, in front of the jury. And Love is like, we've already talked about that. And then Shart wants to just play the tape. Oh, we already played the tape. Well, how can he do anything to move forward? This is a Whitaker problem. Whitaker should not be constraining the defense in this way.
Sustained.
And this is why my thumbnail looks the way it does. Whitaker started out an honorable judge. She got with a wicked prosecutor, and now she's turned into the Joker, because it's a joke the way she's running this case. She started out with principles, she said, and she put time constraints, and she brought some order to this trial. But it's all working one way. It's against the defense and for the prosecution. And she is not supposed to be the person that works with the prosecution. She's supposed to be the referee, the person that's non-biased, that listen to make sure that the law is being followed, all the while they're breaking the law. It's sad, but it's happening every day in this trial. And I would venture to say, all across America, in courtrooms every day.
All right. Okay. Still talking about April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object, asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection. I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, There were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015?
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the ballistics
Your Honor,
of the gun
I'm going to
that
object
Mr.
based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to.
Sustained.
Okay.
That one was actually pretty sharp of love, I think. If she's making a reference to something that, you know, maybe another defense attorney objected to previously. I don't know the specifics, but I think love was actually sharp for that one.
I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he named 3 shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell. Or he said Lee.
Correct.
Okay. And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And Traydon, yes.
And Traydon, okay. Shannon was not in this social media post?
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this Operation Planners, the Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So that in 2015 you looked at this social media post?
Yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Printed? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have the actual.
Now, I would like for you all to tell me how on this green earth, her terabyte on a jump drive was damaged when the city of Atlanta or Fulton County had a computer hack on their hardware or their software of their computer system. The jump drive is an external storage. So how could that get destroyed by something that happened internally to the computer system? Could anybody answer that question for me? I'm sure you can't, but I just had to pose that question because that's just how stupid that sounds.
What? Oh my god, tech people in the chat. Is this a like solid state drive or an external thumb drive that she's talking about? And she's saying she lost what was on that device because of the hack, the cyber hack?
Full photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today?
I don't know if Ms. Love didn't have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving what that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, object based on asked and answered and 403, asked and answered in depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved
Okay.
outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015?
I have not.
Okay. You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly. Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
Now I'm going to roll that back, and I want y'all to look at Love in her eyes. Now Love is sitting directly in front of the witness. I'm going to roll this back just a little bit, and I want y'all to look at Love's eyes when he asked her that question. Just tell me if y'all can see what I see. I know we see the back of her head, but we can see what we would call, if we were her peripherals. So I want y'all to just take a look at that for me. And you don't have to write it in the chat because you're not chat writers. But ask yourself this question and answer it for yourself. What do you see, if anything? Sometimes you have to go back a little further because it stops in certain spots. So just keep your eyes glued to this scene.
He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection as to a waste. If we want to.
Next day.
Your Honor,
He didn't use the
I
word
object to the best evidence, and so.
Okay, overruled.
Yeah, that's not his
What's,
fault.
did you finish your
That
question?
his source, he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that portion, that first story that he just told about Demekion telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answer, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
objection under 403. They've just heard, and she's been asked.
Okay. He's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
You just said he could ask
Sustained.
about it.
Okay, he promised you he wasn't there, correct?
I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it.
Sustained.
Asked and answered.
If it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that?
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
The judge just said earlier, and this is Whitaker that's pissing me off, not Love. Love always pisses me off. But Whitaker told Shart like 5 minutes ago at this point, oh, well, instead of playing the tape, just ask the question so we don't have to play the tape again. Well, so now Shart's trying to ask the question of stuff that he's not replaying it in front of the witness, in front of the jury. And Love is like, we've already talked about that. And then Shart wants to just play the tape. Oh, we already played the tape. Well, how can he do anything to move forward? This is a Whitaker problem. Whitaker should not be constraining the defense in this way.
Sustained.
All right. Okay. Still talking about April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object. Asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection. I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, there were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015.
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the ballistics of the gun
I'm going to
that
object
Mr.
based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to
Sustained.
Okay.
That one was actually pretty sharp of Love, I think. If she's making a reference to something that, maybe another defense attorney objected to previously. I don't know the specifics, but I think Love was actually sharp for that one.
I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he named 3 shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell. Or he said Lee.
Correct.
Okay. And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And Traydon, yes.
And Traydon, okay. Shannon was not in this social media post?
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this operation planners, Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So that was in 2015 you looked at this social media post?
Yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Printed? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have the actual.
What? Oh my god, tech people in the chat. Is this a like solid state drive or an external thumb drive that she's talking about? And she's saying she lost what was on that device because of the hack, the cyber hack?
Full photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today?
I don't know if Ms. Love them have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, I object based on asked and answered and asked and answered in depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved.
Okay.
Outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015?
I have not.
Okay. You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly.
Okay, now pay close attention because it's coming up in probably the next 10 or 15 seconds. Now look how she's busy and not paying attention to anything. But when he mentioned about that car, I want y'all to take a look at her eyes and see if you see her eyes gazing look like straight in front of her, off the computer. That's what I want y'all to take a look at.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
No.
Okay. He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection is to a waste if we want to continue and expedite.
See if she can answer the question.
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
He claimed that someone was in the Camaro, the white Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Okay, yes.
But he couldn't identify that person.
I don't believe he stated a name.
Okay. And he claimed that at Club Compound, he saw Shannon getting into Dolly's Jeffrey's sister, correct?
Okay, yes.
Dolly's Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
I'm aware of the interview, but I don't recall off the top of my head what vehicle he stated he got into.
Okay.
It wasn't the vehicle with him, with Mr. Zachary.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
Correct, so I've heard.
Okay. Have you spoken to the bus driver who was out there that night on 285 driving Lil Wayne?
I have no reason to speak to the bus driver.
Are you aware?
Your Honor, I'm going to object if Mr. Shart is going to ask about another witness's testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what he's going to ask about.
Are you aware that the descriptions for the cars?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation. She said she was not out there. And hearsay.
Overruled.
Are you aware that the descriptions of the cars involved given by the bus driver were a white Corvette?
Hang on, sustained with regard to hearsay at that point, yes.
Do you have any idea what the descriptions given by the bus driver were?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the same reason, and it's irrelevant whether she knows what a description was. And Mr. Shart has no good faith basis for asking. She has testified that was not her primary investigation. She didn't speak with them.
Sustained.
I think I didn't hear it, but Steele was probably commentary. Objection.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever put Shannon in a white truck the night of the Lil Wayne shooting?
When I interviewed him, no.
No? Okay. Do you know of Shannon Stillwell ever being charged with the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection. Relevance and hearsay and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. I'm going to move to the discussion you had with Mr. Zachary about confessions allegedly given to him on the night.
We're going to move to Mr. Steele. Now, I went back there so that you can see the transaction where Mr. Steele is getting ready to come up and Mr. Short is getting ready to leave, and you'll hear her make that hot mic statement that she made as they were changing attorneys.
That we've known about the shooting, the retaliatory shootings.
Let me ask you this when we're talking about corroboration.
Yes, sir.
During that interview at 3:36:10, Investigator Dennis tells Quindarius Zachary, "You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I can't express to you the magnitude of what you're saying." Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at 3:36:57, during that interview, Investigator Dennis says, "These next couple of hours will determine the rest of your life." Correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, "Can you release me on house arrest?" Right?
Okay, yes.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, "I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word." Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Horrible.
So we heard horrible.
H for horrible. Hot mic. Horrible.
I'm not aware of any I don't have any technological background or things to obtain video to know how long a particular system holds information.
Okay, how about this? From your experience, though, could you get a video, let's say that you were investigating something that happened a month ago? Would you go to the scene where there may be a video camera and see whether it holds 30 days or more? Have you been able to capture that type of distance, that type of time?
I've investigated cases where sometimes it holds it for 30 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes a year. It's all dependent on that particular system or if we're talking about a specific investigation.
And when the system, we're talking about hold the images, at some point, because of storage, and if you don't know, just I don't know, the storage, sometimes some of the images fall off. It's too old to keep on the storage. Is that your experience?
I'm not an expert in technological video expert extraction, so I can't answer that.
Let's not talk, just from your experience, is there a date where it just can't hold? The people tell you, well, you find out it's too old, the data won't hold. That's what I'm asking you.
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking her experiences.
Overruled.
If you ask me if video has been overwritten, is that what?
Sure.
Basically what you asked me? Yes,
So.
I've heard of that, yes.
I think so. Okay. Have you ever dealt with a system that after, let's say, I'm using an example, 2 weeks, all the data is overwritten?
Objection, vague and relevance as to a system.
Overruled.
When you mean dealt with a system, what do you mean?
When you're investigating, or your own system, but have experience that all the data is gone, 2 weeks from that day, it's all gone and it just starts brand new? Or is it more of a rolling system?
I'm not sure what you asked.
Let me ask a better way. I'm just using dates, okay? January 1, 2015, I'll use 15. There's a business, McDonald's.
Okay.
You hold the image, I'm making all this up, hold the image for 2 weeks, January 14th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had experience where on the midnight going into January 15th, 2015, everything for the last 2 weeks, in my example, from January 1st forward to January 14th at 11:59 is wiped out and we start anew? Or is it that certain parts of the system and they keep rolling over? It just makes room and you keep adding the days, if you know.
I've been told on occasions, a system like I just stated, if it's longer than their saving period or cloud period, it'll overwrite itself. It won't save it. I've been told that, if that's what you,
Okay.
if I'm answering your questions.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Let's go back to the surveillance I just asked you about McDonald's. You and Detective Dennis interview Kenneth Copeland, and I'm just focused on the last time, or one of the last times, June 10th, 2015. Okay?
Okay.
I know Detective Thorpe is there, and ATF agents, but from that interview, you and Detective Dennis go down to McDonald's to inquire about their surveillance. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got the number and the name of the person who, and you gave it to Detective Thorpe, the homicide detective on this case, to follow up.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told by Detective Thorpe that he had already gone to the McDonald's on or about the 11th or 12th of January 2015 to look at that video?
Objection, that calls for hearsay and relevance as to whether or not Detective Thorpe ever told her that.
They're working the case?
Testified, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I was not told.
Now, you were asked about truly humble under God. You remember those questions earlier today? Or that question earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors and tell us where, in all of your work on this case involving Mr. Williams, and any time, where you ever had an interview, a conversation where you asked, or someone in your presence asked, or someone told you what THUG stands for.
There's never been a question asked of me.
With regards to the repost, and if you need to see it, please just tell me. I just have to refresh my
You said the what?
repost. And if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. January 26, 2015. Mr. Garlington, you helped the jurors see it previously. It starts out with Mr. Williams. I'm not quoting. I think it is a quote, but I don't want to quote. I don't get it. People lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their... You know, okay. Do you have the number that is?
Stream today. I just realized I put a link in the chat and pinned it. It is a season finale, so we're gonna hear like the best of the best songs competing from the season. And PD Broker, thank you. It's actually starting at 7:30 p.m., which is half an hour earlier than normal. So
Can you-
pinned link at the top. Come join us, guys.
Can you go up? Watch so.
You recognize that social media
Your Honor,
posting?
I'd ask that that question not be the question, but whether her memory is refreshed as to whether she ever saw any
Jane.
social. Your Honor, would
Does that
the
refresh
question?
your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, but not in that context. Context that you're using it for, sir.
Okay, you've seen that posting before?
I've seen that posting on Nuts page before, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I am moving for the admission of Mr. Williams, number
Your Honor, I'd
42.
ask to approach and I'll
Okay.
tell the court why.
All right, so we'll update the approach
Are you getting
after
your
we get
restroom
a
break
result.
anyway? Yeah, everybody good? Okay.
And also, I typed it in the chat. If you guys are interested in the Sarah Boone trial, that's going to be in Orlando. That's close to me. So if there's an emergency, I can pull up to the courtroom. But she was representing herself pro se. Recently got not one, but two, but three attorneys. And you guys see excited utterance, sometimes potentially criminal, and sometimes it's FMM 2.0 in the chat. Potentially criminal and excited utterance and Dolly Talk are going live at 6 p.m. Eastern today to watch that final pretrial hearing. So I'm about to share that link in the chat. I'm just gonna, because since it's a long description here, I'm just gonna say hella. So look for the hella. So there you go. And we'll probably set up a redirect for that since there's kind of distance to Classy stream later. But Sarah Boone's case, I think, is going to be really interesting just because now her attorneys are kind of in a rush to get things together before trial starts because they just got into the game. So, let's see. Move forward a little bit in the stream. Anthony says we have two judges in the courtroom today. Oh boy. Kevin Kirksey says, I hope the judge watches some of the live stream after court ends, just so she can see how biased she is towards the state. Ooh, a
What you were
squeak,
just
guys.
shown by Mr. Kokomo?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that entire posting before?
I've seen the photograph before.
How about the words underneath the posting the words underneath the photograph?
I don't recall the exact words, but I have seen the actual photograph before.
Okay, I understand the photograph. Now,
He's being
have you
difficult
also
on
read the
purpose.
content that went with the photograph if you saw that as a posting?
And Your Honor, again, I object based on what I stated at the bench.
Do you mean ever? Can you ask that more
Sure.
specifically?
Sure. During your investigation, or tell us at any time, not today, have you seen and read that entire posting before? That's my question to you.
I don't recall what any of the captions stated for the picture, but I do recall seeing the picture before.
Okay, let's put aside the picture just for a moment.
Sir, I just answered that I don't recall the exact words of the captions, but I have seen that photograph posted to Mr. Thomas's Instagram page.
I understand that. Put aside the picture. Have you read, understand you don't have a verbatim memory, have you read that posting
Yeah.
that went along with the picture while doing this investigation? That's my question.
Your Honor, number one, I object. The witness has stated that she's seen the photograph on Donovan Thomas's page. She has not seen the photograph in the context that was presented to
How
her.
do we know? This is inappropriate.
Sustained. You may re-ask the question. You overruled. You may answer that question if you know.
On your oath, have you seen the photograph that you already identified along with that posting, those words? That's my question. At any time during the investigation related to this case?
I have seen the photograph, and I have seen a caption under the photograph. I do not recall what the caption actually stated.
Okay. What you read today from Mr. Kokomo, is that refresh your memory of what you previously saw or read?
It does not.
All right. Okay, let's go to back to the interview on August 5. You were told by Mr. Zachary
And so what just happened there? Love likely approached the bench asking for that sidebar to urge that, hey, foundation needs to be laid because this exhibit has other content in it. And Judge let Steele come out and ask some questions to Gaither. Are you familiar? Have you seen the stuff surrounding this post to lay foundation? In my opinion, that should be the process, right? It's technically a separate exhibit. But in my opinion, Gaither has been on the stand before. She's not being cooperative. You can tell by some of her answers that she's trying to look for a way to block certain things on behalf of the state, to the state's benefit. So right there, to me, it seems very clearly like Gaither was intentionally trying to avoid laying foundation. And I question the truthfulness of her answers. But you can't really, there's nothing you can really do to box someone in unless you have somewhere some proof of them with that exact picture looking at it and reading the content around it. Then you can say, didn't you look at it here? So there's not really much you can do there. You just can't lay the foundation. You've got to move on.
That when people made statements to him about this murder and who was involved, Jeffrey had already left the condo. True?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Mr. Zachary told you during the interview that the jurors heard, we watched together, that you were present for, that when Mr. Zachary was supposedly told by people that they were involved in this homicide, Mr. Williams had already left his condominium.
I believe that may be true.
With regards to the bus tour shooting, it's April 26, 2015. Mr. Zachary told you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in that bus tour shooting of the Lil Wayne bus tour, right?
He said he was not there, yes.
Not there and didn't know about it until the next day.
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Zachary went further and said that Jeffrey Williams idolizes Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne, right?
Yes.
When asked whether Jeffrey Williams is the leader of a criminal street gang, YSL, Mr. Zachary said, no, he is not, right?
I don't recall asking that or hearing that.
Let me show you, give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
Drea, I love cross amnesia. It is so good. She got hit by cross amnesia. I tried to pull up YouTube to copy and paste a link. Broke it.
No, yeah.
Oh, they're not letting you guys hear Kokomo's hot mic. Sorry. They cut it off.
We're going to play from the same exhibit that's in evidence, Your Honor. Of course, permission states 531Y. Mr. Kokomo is giving his number.
Shannon Alexander says it's gonna get good, Kat. I'm not telling.
263G as in Goldberg and 26BH as in Apple. May Mr. Kokomo play it, Your Honor?
You may, he may.
Do you think that Doug ordered that? On the person against nothing? I told him they're trying to get his name.
Do we have a question?
So there's like no sanctions if some shit happens and Chicago, so, you know, I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without, quote-unquote, permission from the higher-ups, it ain't no kind of, who said thug the higher? I mean, that's just what I heard.
He the shit. Who the boss then? Who run YSL?
He wouldn't even run on his side, why I said.
Who started?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug. Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did it, because they were my thug. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug. And some, like 3 more they friends. That these people, they were all they grew up there who started. All them started. Then they, Slug, he loved thug, so he told thug what's going on. And thug just ran with it.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And in that section, that is Jeffrey Williams 263 G and H, and there was a break in there. I apologize, but that was continuous, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where Mr. Zachary is asked whether Jeffrey ordered the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
And his answer is no, right?
Yes.
And you explained, I'm from Chicago, and that you need permission from higher ups. I'm not quoting you, but something like that. And Mr. Zachary said, who said that his word is thug? I call him Jeffrey, is the higher. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, that's just what I heard. And then Mr. Zachary said, he's not the boss, he's not the higher. Something like that, right?
Well, Mr. Zachary went into who started it. Just because you don't start a gang doesn't mean you're not a leader.
Yeah, but Mr. Zachary also told you throughout this entire meeting with you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas. In fact, he learned about it later, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And that Mr. Williams was not involved, as we just said, in the shooting of the Little Wayne bus tour, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And in fact, that Jeffrey Williams rented cars for a lot of people, right?
I don't recall a lot of people, those words.
Rented cars for others. Do you remember that conversation? The topic coming up?
Not renting cars for others, no.
Remember Mr. Zachary explaining that he and Mr. Copeland were in a rental car together?
Yes, and they spun out on the expressway.
And they got in the crash. And Mr. Copeland was the last person Mr. Zachary saw with that car, the rental car. So I want to talk about the Infinity.
No, that's not what he stated.
He didn't say that?
That's not what he stated, no, sir.
What did he say?
He stated that Mr. Williams gave the car to Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop, is what he stated.
He said that his manager rented the car, right?
That meaning, yes.
And that he allowed others to drive the car, right?
And he went along to state the names, yes.
Okay. And also that he would let others use his cars. Did he not say that?
I don't specifically, that one part of it, no, I don't remember him saying that.
All right. The Sprinter van. Remember those Sprinter vans that we talked about?
Yes, sir.
And the Sprinter van, did you do any type of investigation or get any information when they were summoned, hired, rented?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did know that Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Zachary told you, had performances in the state of Florida.
That's what he stated.
And that's why it was already pre-planned to go to Florida around the 10th of January 11th of January 2015, 12th of January, right?
He never said anything about a pre-plan.
But you could have investigated and seen it.
Going?
No, he stated Mr. Williams had a show or something, and then they all decided to go. It wasn't a pre-plan.
Okay. That Jeffrey Williams stopped associating with some of these people a short time after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
What's your question?
That's my question. That's what he told you.
No, I don't recall that.
You remember Mr. Zachary stating that Thug had stopped messing with everybody. You remember that? Do you remember that shortly after the murder? If you don't remember, it's fine.
He didn't say it in that context. Shortly after the murder, Thug stopped messing with everybody. That wasn't the context in what he said that in.
What do you believe the context is?
I mean, if you have the transcripts to refresh my memory, I can read them to you. But that was not the context of it.
Okay. Did Mr. Zachary tell you that he doesn't, by August 5, 2015, doesn't speak with Jeffrey Williams? You can't get in touch with him?
He stated that he hadn't seen him in a minute.
Up until you left the gang task force in March of 2016.
Yes, sir.
When was the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact with Mr. Copeland, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
How about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know.
Mr. Garlington?
I don't know Mr. Jeffrey's contacts or speaking to anybody involved in this case.
There was a portion of this meeting with Mr. Zachary and you and Detective Dennis, and I believe Detective Thorpe, whereby Detective Dennis says something to the effect of YSL is a gang as well as something else. Do you know what he said?
No.
I'm going to play this and tell us if you can assist us, okay? Your Honor, this is State's Jeffrey Williams. This states 531Y, same interview, Jeffrey Williams 263I. As in ice cream, it's 3/18/14 to 3/18/21.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Just for the record.
Do you know what he was saying, if you heard?
Now, can you play that again?
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct? Just for the record.
I don't know what he said.
Now, I'd like to show you, with the state's permission and assistance, states 447Y. And tell me, this is what I asked you earlier, that you introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if this refreshes your memory. You remember this?
This a video?
Yes.
You can play it.
We could play it if you want, but do you remember seeing this before?
I don't recall if you play it. It's just, at this point, a screenshot. If you play it, I can tell you if I remember it or not.
Okay, play the first part of it.
Dang video.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God that is true. Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro. You snitching bitches? From me and YSL.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on there, we have in the background Mr. Sledge speaking, right? You hear his voice?
I heard a voice, yes.
You don't recognize it as Mr. Sledge?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Okay. Mr. Martinez-Arnold's voice?
Not with 100% certainty.
All right. You see where it says repost WizApp?
No.
Should be on your screen.
It's not on it. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah, now I can see it.
Okay. And do you know what that means? Did you do any investigation into what that means?
What means?
Yeah.
What?
Repost WizApp.
I believe it's some type of app.
Do you know what repost means?
To repost something on the social media, meaning.
Did you ever do any investigation to determine the date or dates that this was previously posted?
No.
Do you know when State's Exhibit number 447Y was actually made?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether it was made before the Donovan Thomas shooting?
I don't recall the date when it was made or posted, reposted.
Did you do anything in your memory to find out and look into when was this actually created?
I had no reason to.
How come?
It's not against the law to make a video or repost it.
With regards to you're working with...
It's not against the law to make a video and repost it, but you can use the video and say that you broke the law. And you're using the video to prove that you broke the law. What kind of sense do that make?
Detective Thorpe. Homicide Investigator Thorpe and the gang unit, including you, are both looking into the investigation into the killing, the shooting of Donovan Thomas and related matters. Fair?
To a certain extent.
And were you kept abreast at times of what Detective Thorpe was doing on the case?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. Did you, at times, keep Detective Thorpe abreast of what you were doing on the case?
If it was something that I felt was pertinent to his investigation, yes, I would tell him if we found out if we found out new information that I felt would help him. Yes, I would tell him.
Were you aware at and around October 20th, 2015, until the day that you left the gang unit, that Detective Thorpe swore out warrants for Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Was I aware the day? No. The day that he did it, no.
Were you aware of it at the time before you left the gang unit?
At some point, I did know.
One
It
more
wasn't. At some point, I did find out that he obtained warrants.
All right. And when you spoke with and you interviewed Kenneth Copeland several times, right?
Yes.
And also you looked into his criminal conduct. Fair to say? You investigated him, right?
In regards to what?
Anything.
If it was criminal activity or
criminal activity.
Your Honor, I object this to vagueness.
I'll be specific. You went to his house on June 10, 2015 and arrested him, along with other agents.
Yes.
And those agents also were FBI, that's wrong, ATF, federal agents, right?
Correct.
And you located, with permission, in the car outside his home and Ms. Gordon's home, you found some electronic devices, computers, stolen identification, things like that, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Is there relevance to that? Okay, we'll see. Overruled for now.
Yes.
And that rental car, it was a rental car that these items were found in, right?
I don't recall if it was a rental or not.
Do you remember Ms. Quarterman's mother rented the car?
I just stated I don't recall if it was a rental car or not.
Do you remember testifying in this trial previously and watching a video?
Of what?
Maybe you didn't watch the video. Do you remember testifying previously? Or did you ever tell Kenneth Copeland, you can get Ms. Quarterman's mother in trouble because she rented that car and there's stolen items in the car? Do you remember that conversation?
I don't. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but at this moment, I don't remember that it was a rental car.
All right. Now, do you remember going back to the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, that he explained that there was a video posted on social media of Mr. Sledge or Muntunk and Mr. Zachary, and it was made threatening Mr. Kelvin Watts, or Shell Kel, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that that was all about trivia?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Zachary denying being slime? Remember that conversation taking place?
Yes.
And he saying that there are no rules or loyalty to slime? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Copeland, according to Mr. Zachary, same August 5, 2015, Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge or Muntunk shot Mr. Watts or Kelvin Watts on MLK? Remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Zachary shared with you that Mr. Copeland shot at the TGI studios?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel, Mr. Zachary explained, was shot twice, first by Mr. Sledge and then by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland? Do you remember that?
That he was shot twice? I mean, two separate incidents?
I'm going to do two separate incidents. Yes, he was shot. Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel was shot first by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland. Do you remember him saying that? Mr. Zachary saying that?
I don't remember him saying two separate incidents. I remember him saying that he was shot at on Martin Luther King, but not shot at first and then a second incident.
Do you remember a second time Mr. Kelvin Watts was shot at by Trevante? Remember Mr. Zachary telling you that?
Ooh, that was a breathy McBrotherton.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
All right. Now, you stated earlier that, the way I understood it, it would be bad form to allow potential witnesses to get together and speak before law enforcement officers spoke with them. Do you remember something like that?
Bad form? What do you mean bad form?
It's bad procedure. The witnesses can taint each other if they get together.
Yes, I believe that to be true.
And that's why at times when police come onto a scene, they try to separate, if they can, witnesses. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Because you want the most pure statement from each witness and not some sort of, even innocently, tampering or tainting of witnesses.
Correct, an independent recollection of the incident.
Now, in this case, do you remember on June 10, 2015, explaining to Mr. Copeland that you and your coworkers needed to corroborate, that's a bad word though, but needed to find whether there was information to support what he was saying about other people? Do you remember having those conversations with him?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Copeland saying Mr. Garlington would be a good source of corroboration? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Thorpe, your coworker, whatever, APD, homicide, lead homicide detective on this matter, being present with you and Detective Dennis during this time? of that interview?
I'm not saying he wasn't, but I don't recall.
Do you remember it being discussed where Detective Thorpe, in your presence, and Detective Dennis, explained that he would allow Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington to speak on a non-recorded line before Mr. Garlington spoke to the police?
This is what Investigator Thorpe said? No, I don't recall that.
Okay. This is already in evidence.
Certain things she's not prepared for. They worked well together.
You have this. Do you have this? I need the number. You want to catch one moment?
Sure. And while he takes that moment, holy moly on the gifted memberships in here.
It's at pages,
Muck Duck Inc. dropped 10, and you guys were already saying thank you, and then he dropped 20 more. He just dropped 30 memberships in here. That's 30 people that can use the new cat emoji. See cat. That's incredibly awesome, Muck Duck Inc. Thank you so much. Then if you missed one from Muck Duck, you might have gotten one from Peter Ortiz, who dropped me 20. That is a ton of membership. I gotta update the banner. Like, holy moly. This is 72 new members just for this, like, second part of a stream. I think, 93 from the first part. So 165.
I have one moment. Mr. Kokomo is pulling it up.
Oh my gosh, Jason! Jason just dropped 10 more gifts! Jason! Shout out to Jason Sorensen in the chat. So we're gonna round it up a little bit here. Let me update this banner again. I'd rather update for gifts than for objections. Thank you so much, Jason.
Can't find it? I'll go on to something else while you find it. You're right, can I go on to something else while Mr. Kokomo is doing that? Okay. I want to continue on with June 10th, 2015 interview between you and Mr. Copeland and other investigators. Do you remember from the McDonald's, Mr. Copeland's explained that he's at the McDonald's shortly after the murder. I'm not 8 o'clock, I'm not sticking to that time, but something like that, on January 10th, 2015.
Yes.
And do you remember him explaining that he's in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, or Nard?
Yes.
And he is following Mr. Slade, no, that's wrong, Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell's car to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo. Do you remember that?
I don't remember him stating he was following someone.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Your Honor, this is already in evidence. It states 278YE as in Aaron, and this is Jeffrey Williams 240II, and this is 9:58:14 a.m. to 9:58:46 a.m. II.
If y'all are not doing it, please read these comments. These are some good comments. Excellent comments.
So, we gonna get on spell. Wait, are they following y'all? Nah, they told us to follow him. Okay, so y'all follow him. Yeah, but when he told me, hell no, I ain't gonna follow him. But he didn't get out cover. I'm trying to keep East like she was here going on. Boom. So we followed him to the store house. He stayed down on the scout. That's it. I followed him down. So I followed him down. I see the door to get out. So now he got covered.
Were you able to understand that?
Yeah, I remember this interview.
Okay. And is it accurate to say, I'm not saying it's accurate in life, but is it accurate to say Mr. Copeland told you that he was following Mr. O.G. Bentley's car to the Sky House where Jeffrey Williams lives?
He said them. I don't remember him saying O.G. Bentley or Bentley's name.
Okay. Let's do this one and it might put in context. Your Honor, it's the same States Exhibit 278YE. This is Jeffrey Williams 240JJ. The times are 2:57:47 to 2:57:58 p.m.
When did Bentley pull up? You didn't say Bentley's name. Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one who took them to the Sky House. I said Bentley. Okay. So they called Bentley.
Were you able to understand that?
This was two separate times of the interview.
Correct. You're saying that this is not from the McDonald's to the Sky House?
So I don't know where you're going with this. I'm kind of confused. You're showing two different clips with two different contexts.
Well, if you don't remember, that's fine.
I just stated I'm confused because this is two separate clips from two totally separate parts of the interview.
Sure. Sure. But does this help you to help the jury that Mr. Copeland told you that he followed Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell to Jeffrey's home from the McDonald's? If it doesn't help you, just say doesn't.
Sir, we all just heard him just say that, but in the context that you're putting it in, it's a little confusing because this is two separate parts of the interview.
Well, from your knowledge of the interview and this case, is that what Mr. Copeland said?
That's what he just stated on there, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the original question I asked about the, interviewing allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr.
Did y'all hear us say this dude is horrible? I'm not going to go back as far as I went. I know where it is, kind of. But did y'all hear her say that? This dude is horrible? Let's see if we can hear it again. Okay, it's 228.07 and I went back to 228, whatever it let me go back. It's about 30. So I didn't go all the way back like before. What did I go back to? 221. I don't want 221. I want to be close to 228. 228.07. 227. Oh, see, when I move my hand, it moves it. So I'll see where we are, y'all.
Allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Yes. All right, we are approaching.
Allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington.
It's because this is two separate clips from two totally separate parts of the interview.
Sure. Sure, but does this help you, to help the jury, that Mr. Copeland told you that he followed Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell to Jeffrey's home from the McDonald's? If it doesn't help you, just say.
Sir, we all just heard him just say that, but in the context that you're putting it in, it's a little confusing because this is two separate parts of the interview.
Well, from your knowledge of the interview and this case, is that what Mr. Copeland said?
That's what he just stated on there, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the original question I asked about allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Yes.
Right, we are approaching. We are approaching. I had to look, did Thugger Daily have a clip of the hot mic? Because if I try to rewind it and find it, I'm gonna be... You guys know me trying to rewind and find something. Wow, there is a lot of... A lot of chitter chatter. Let's see. Okay, so Thugger Daily has it here.
Back to the original question I asked about.
Okay, this is quiet. Oh, no, it's there.
The original question I asked about allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
All right, so let me link you to this one, guys. I'm bookmarking it. I'm also retweeting it, so it'll be up if you want to grab it later. So this is the Steele Horrible clip if you want it. Well, I don't want to word it like that. Let's just put horrible.
I don't believe I stated.
I'm not gonna word it as Steele Horrible. And then does he have the previous one? Oh man. Oh wait, I don't think this thread's in order. Oh, okay, so he posted it randomly. So let's see. So this is the other one with Shart. And we won't watch the objections, we're gonna hear that next.
Horrible.
So this is a link to the second one there. I'll also bookmark and repost that one. Thank you guys. Yeah, and that was really loud. You know, her microphone is quite loud. So this one is the Shart one. There you go, you guys. Hilarious, and big shout out also, guys, if you don't already follow Thugger Daily and you use X, you can use those links to hop over quick and follow Thugger Daily. It's 1,000,000% worth it. And let's get back over. There was also a chair squeak while the stream was playing, so I'm going to add a chair squeak to the counter.
All right. Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to address the witness and speak to the witness, and also, quite frankly, to speak to the DA as well. Because of the way everyone is positioned, they're obviously closer to the jury than anybody else. Their microphones are live, and what they say can be picked up on a microphone. A couple of times.
Sorry, who? What the state says at their table?
And what the witness is saying. And there have been at least 3 occasions where the witness has either before or after a question muttered something and said something into the microphone that can be picked up.
Well, I certainly haven't heard it. I can barely hear the answers.
I am not the only one who's heard it. At that last exchange, I heard her say something, I couldn't make out what she said, into the microphone. I guess she was frustrated after the question, and it's being picked up by the microphone. And if I can hear her muttering over here, whatever she's saying can be heard to the jury. And it's just inappropriate. I think it's simple enough to tell her to not make any extraneous comments that can possibly be picked up by the jury. Same thing for the state. And we've actually addressed this before prior to this court's involvement in the case, where there have been times where the state, either out of frustration or who knows why they're doing it, says something, or they're making faces and they're saying something that can be picked up by the microphone, and because they're that close to the jury, I'm sure the jury can hear it too. So I'm just asking, as I've asked before, and as they have been told before, to be mindful of the things that they say and the fact that it can be picked up by the jury.
I can't say that I heard this because I was in the middle of everything, but I've been told by multiple sources that once my cross-examination was finished and Mr. Steele was going to begin, the witness said horrible.
Horrible?
Horrible.
What? Okay.
And she's
well,
sitting
you know
right
what?
next
If
to the jury.
witness and or the state is saying things like that and the jury hears them, I cannot imagine that that reflects well on either of them.
No, treat this witness on the stand the exact way you treated the media pool yesterday. And Empress Fox, the Twitter account user that you thought had some inside leak that was sending conspiratorial photos that weren't supposed to be taken in the courtroom. Treat this witness and the state the same way you treated them yesterday. Like, this is 24 hours apart.
Your Honor, I have to say, I would ask that presumptions based on assertions by counsel for opposing for the defendants not be taken as.
This arrogant woman is so nerve-wracking. It's just really nerve-wracking. Thank you for the super chat by Capricorn, and I'll thank you properly when we end this. I'm going to be ending it as soon as Mr. Steele in a few moments.
True, and then spoken as if they are by this honorable
You
court.
sound stupid.
Because I have no idea what Mr. Adams is talking about. I have not heard any mutterings. I don't know what Mr. Shard is talking about. The state does not have the luxury to sit here and say what it believes someone from the defense is doing without it being cut off quickly. So I'd ask that the court not act on what is being asserted by counsel for the defendants as we stop these proceedings to address something nobody heard, but apparently Mr. Adams.
Fortunately,
and Mr.
this
Sharp.
Fortunately, this trial is televised.
And Your Honor,
You know what? I'm going to stick with what I said before, which is if a witness wants to present themselves in that way in front of the jury, that is a reflection on that witness, and the jury can evaluate that.
No.
So, no, I'm not going to advise her or any other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say. And I didn't actually hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments.
She has told witnesses to not make commentary, so what the heck is this? Like, I feel gaslit by Whitaker right now. Whitaker herself has told witnesses to cut out the commentary.
Then that is a poor reflection on her. And the jury, if they heard it, will notice it. And to the extent, I mean, I haven't. Was that basically just about this witness?
It was about the witness and about the prosecution. And let's
Who's
be clear.
doing this, or you believe is doing something like this right now?
Yes, and who has done it before. I'm not just saying that. The court has addressed it before because it's happened before. So we're not making this up. She was admonished previously by the prior court to stop doing that.
And you're saying she's doing it again, and it is making faces in her comments.
Making faces, making comments. It can be picked up by the microphone. These mics are live. And as Mr. Shard pointed out, luckily, this trial is being televised and live streamed.
I don't know why that's lucky, because the jury is not going to watch the live stream.
I'm not talking about it. I'm saying.
I mean, the jury is the one deciding this case.
The person making the complaint about the behavior is the defendants. And I'm in support of what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, and I would ask, I have asked that the
Says aspersions one more
microphone not
time.
be close to counsel's table over here behind it, so that
which microphone are y'all even talking about?
anyone that can pick up conversation at state's table, because I'm not trying to have our
No, it shouldn't be. You all, any attorneys ought to be able to talk to each other at their table privately without anything being picked up. So I don't know if that means y'all want to turn off your mic, because we're in a big, awkward courtroom where nobody can hear anybody sometimes, but then apparently people can hear mutterings under the breath other times. So
we have it off. I've unhooked this, even though it was off. I don't want anything said at counsel table heard.
all right.
Period.
And then I don't know what the situation is with the mics that are on the back table, whether those are off.
No.
They're off.
Okay.
What we learned the last time is that mic is on.
That mic being the podium mic, which has to be on.
So we have to be more conscious. Sometimes the podium mic can pick up our conversation because we're closest to.
Mr. Maurice has something to add, and maybe he knows, because he's a
Shout
media
out to
guy.
Mr. Maurice.
Y'all not picking up her conversations. You can hear a witness. She's left a couple remarks towards the end.
Y'all, I guess because y'all are plugged straight into the system, y'all get to hear way more than we get to through the ambient air.
We're not picking up any of that conversation.
Okay. Okay.
Shout out to Maurice.
I mean, I wish we could hear as well as the live stream apparently can.
The judge pretending she can't hear. I didn't get to see that yesterday where they had the issue and she scolded someone. And I saw Kat's where the lady came up and apologized. And she didn't really do anything wrong. It was a picture of Gaither who looked like Michael Jordan or somebody sitting on the witness stand. And what she was admonishing them for was saying somebody leaked a picture of her, but it turned out it was the state going from the Zoom back to the courtroom. So it had nothing to do with anybody else. And she gave this big, long, I understand, dissertation and just went on and on and on and on and on. But now, of course, the judge is actually acting as a prosecutor. And they say she used to be a prosecutor. But it doesn't matter what she used to be. Her position today is actually a referee. And she's supposed to be down the middle, calling the plays when she sees someone go foul. Put them in check. Nothing else. She's been practicing from the bench. She's been giving them ideas. She's been signaling. I can't even say signal. Man, these people. So it's just really sad what's going on here. But we need to see this. And I put the links in there. If anybody wants to complain, you can do that. You have that right. And if more people do it, then one person don't have to be afraid. I've made one complaint. I'll make another. Because definitely I should have already made 3 on these prosecutors and the judge. But we just got to do what we can do. And we need to enforce the Constitution. According to the Constitution, treaties and the Constitution are the supreme laws of the land. The United Nations, for whatever it's worth, have the Human Rights Act. And these people are not being treated as human. They think we're still 3/5 of a Negro. And what's so sad about it, the people that are doing this to them look like their moms or their sisters or their aunts or their grandmothers or their cousins or their friends or their girlfriends. It's just sad. But this is real. The gatekeepers stuck at the cattle guard. It's sad.
But there's nothing that can be done about that. All right, anybody need to use the restroom while we're on a break? Go ahead and do that now. And do we, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but do we think we'll get through this witness today? Are there going to be other defense attorneys with cross? And then is there going to be redirect? I guess we'll just see what happens. But
To answer your question, at this point, no.
okay.
Wow. Holy moly, you guys. And that was really, really great from the media pool to be like, look, we heard the witness and we're not picking up conversations at the state's table. And I won't say, like earlier I did say we heard something, but I think I said it sounded like it was coming from the lapel mic. And that means Love didn't turn off her lapel mic when she was done asking her questions. That was way early. That was in like the other stream before the internet broke. So like, what the heck just happened there? And it's like, it's so ridiculous. Oh, well, the jury's not watching the stream, so it doesn't matter just because I didn't hear it. Well, that same logic doesn't apply for other arguments. I mean, there's entire things that happen in the courtroom that things get excluded without the jury even knowing it exists. So why is there suddenly this carved out, oh, it's okay because the jury might not have heard it? Or
and even worse, they always telling the defense when the states mess up that they need to be professional, that the world is watching. They need to be mindful that the world is watching. But I guess they feel like they're untouchable. and they don't care about the world watching. But we are watching.
If they heard it, they can make their own conclusion about this particular witness, even though we've told other witnesses to curb their commentary. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh. And let's skip ahead a little bit, but you guys are on it in the chat. Ike says, that's not good enough, Judge. At what point will you distinguish between an utterance and speaking to the jury? Officers of the court are apprising you of a situation and you waved it off. I'm done. And then Love tried to double end it like it's a two-way issue. Like, just so annoying. I'm like so irritated. Oh, thank you, Ike. Shout out to Ike. Touche says, their page goes again. Reading everyone's mind and knowing what the jury will conclude. So inappropriate. And like, she lives in her own bubble. Oh, well, the jury, who cares what they think? If it's a video game, it's a video game, whatever, it's fine. It's not prejudicial for them to be saying things that are in reference to a game, Grand Theft Auto. They'll just magically figure out how to decipher it without proper contextual clues. Who cares about the probative versus prejudicial balance? That's a rule of evidence, Whitaker. You can't just decide because of your own world experience. Thank you so much, Touche. Touche also says, I knew Love would try to use this to her advantage to punish the media. Sure it did. They're picking us up at the state table. That's why I said shout out to Maurice. I want to find his ex. It's Maurice. His last name starts with a D. Don't remember, it wasn't coming up. As soon as I find it, I'll share Maurice's ex link. Man of integrity. Man of integrity. And I say that beyond just today. I've seen other stuff where he's played it even throughout this case. So I'd love to share his ex link with you guys as soon as I can figure out what his last name is. And then Muck Duck, thank you so much. Incredible, you just gifted so much. And then you're here with a 20 saying, this judge is becoming a joke. She lets so much stuff get by when the prosecution, aka the state, does something stupid. Yet the defense is called out all the time and she needs to do better. She almost got mad at Adam. Well, not even almost. She got.
And when I read this, as we were watching this earlier today, that gave me my idea for my thumbnail. Whitaker is allowing Love to turn her into the Joker, a joke. She is not being a judge in this situation.
Got mad at Adams for raising an objection. I think it would be bad counsel, bad attorneying, bad representation of your client, a lack of advocacy for your client. If you don't call it out to the judge, that a witness is on the stand muttering things that the jury can hear. Like, just insane logic coming from the judge here to think that that doesn't matter, and to almost be mad at the defense counsel for it. Like, and shout out to Doug Weinstein. Last week he was, and you guys were contributing to it, compiling clips with these body language, these eye rolls, these things that are being done right in front of the jury. Because Love's been doing this the whole trial, and she's been called out for it previously in the trial. And Whitaker really needs to get with it. Thank you for the 20. Thank you for the opportunity to rant. On a positive note, with no rant needed here, JC, thank you for becoming a member. Torres says, the judge really pissed me off here. Gaither should be held to the same standard other officers of the court are held to. This is so unfair. Or any witness even. Whitaker has told witnesses to curb their commentary. So why is this an exception? Why is this an exception? And thank you, Kevin, for the loop in here that she said, oh, this dude is horrible. Again, I'll drop those links again to the actual clips from X. They're retweeted. You guys can find them on my wall or Thugger Dailies if you want to get quick links to them. Gems of clips, because now, what proof do you need? What proof do you need that Keith Adams was telling the truth and he was pushed back on as if he wasn't? Like, just incredible. All after that media kerfuffle yesterday over that leaked picture of Gaither. And then Muck Duck sent a 10. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. No comment, just a 10. And then Kevin Kirksey says we can hear the sidebar, by the way. Did I miss the sidebar previously? let me know, because we can go back to that after we hear these objections or whatever happens next with the jury coming back in towards the end of the stream. And then holy moly, Muck Duck with a 50 says it's absolutely disgusting how this case has become a complete mockery of the justice system and a complete clown show. There was a case when this witness said something earlier in the day this morning before your feed cut. Was it actually caught earlier in the stream? Or do you mean, because we got two hot mics here. Was there a third one? Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to put a note in this one. Might look back for that as well. Oh my goodness. We're gonna get back into this. It looks like, I know they end up getting another witness on the stand. We're about an hour and change behind. And we're on 1.25. Muck Duck, I'm going to keep this pin so we can reference back to it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trina Tina says it's time for my, and I don't know what emoji this is up here. Glass? It looks like a glass on StreamYard. Glass of wine? We need the box of wine. This case is a mess, 1,000,000%. And then Lovely, thank you so much for the super sticker. Let's see how we recover from this, how we move forward. And also shout out to Keith Adams for, you know, Steele was doing cross, but Keith Adams was on it and asked to take care of business. I also see the regular chat, Trina saying these mics are hot. And guys, be careful. There is a, like, Brian Steele US. That is not really Brian Steele, but shout out to that account anyway. They're still a great account. It's just not really Brian Steele. If there's a real Brian Steele on X actively posting, I haven't seen it. But for the Brian Steele US that said Whitaker should recuse herself, I kind of agree anyway. I agree. Thank you so much, Torres. And yeah, PSA that Brian Steele US or Steele US account is probably like one of us, not the actual Brian Steele.
I'm glad that Katt shared that because I actually thought it was Brian Steele.
Oh yeah, this is never going to end. That one was kind of hilarious. And I'll pull that link. Thugger Daily posted that as well. I'm going to post that in the chat in a second. And the court is muted. It's not me. Also, I'm sharing a clip. It is from Money Making Mitch calling out when Whitaker got something really wrong earlier. I think this is actually important to stop and pause on. Fact checking, Whitaker not paying attention. Money Making Mitch, I'm dropping the link to this right now. I'm calling it MMM. Great account, worth following as well. Earlier, we've called it out on this stream. Whitaker's not paying attention. ADA Love asked Gaither if Quindarius Zachary, Sledge, and Tay, all being from Capitol Homes, helped her corroborate anything. She answers yes. Gaither answers yes when Love's asking the question. In cross, Doug Weinstein asked the exact same question, and an objection was sustained due to mischaracterization, even though it was word for word.
Did Mr. Zachary talk to you about him, Moonksung, and Tay all being from Capitol Homes?
He did.
Did that information have any significance to you?
It did.
What significance?
I showed a prior relationship
between
those three individuals.
Okay. Despite the fact that Tay was MDC and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Sledge were YSL?
Yes.
Did that information corroborate or disprove for you any of the other information that you got from, and Your Honor, my understanding is her belief is irrelevant, but corroboration towards her, what she considered corroboration is relevant and important. Because, okay, so
yes.
Did it, okay, thank you.
Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone, that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
And what do you guys think?
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your testimony. I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Guys, you know, it gets difficult to keep track of these clips from the trial. This one I've retweeted. It is by Money Making Mitch with the handle Priceless Audio, a great account to follow anyway. Shared the link in the chat 3 times. I know you guys like to compile the clips, and honestly, sometimes it gets hard for one person to find things. So I know hopefully you guys are bookmarking this. Great clip, and it's just one example of this stuff happening in this trial. And I saw you guys in the chat mention the Bruce Harvey motion needs to come back. A mid-trial substitution of a judge, and then we're not paying attention. This is what it gets us. So let's toggle back over to the trial here. But great side-by-side clip. Wonderful, wonderful compilation there by Money Making Mitch. And then, hold on, Smiling Wolfette, I gotta find your X handle so I can share that here. I know you recently tagged me, so I should be able to find it easily. Oh, a squeak!
Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, remember being told that he took guns that were used in this killing?
Yes.
And do you have anything to corroborate that OG Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell took guns that were involved in this killing?
No, other than what Mr. Zachary said, no.
And with regards to Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, if you know through your investigation, did he have a child with Donovan Thomas's sister?
That's what I heard.
And did he have a second child with Donovan Thomas's sister a year plus after the death, God forbid, of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
Okay. I want to go back to Florida, January 11, 12, 13, that time range, shortly after, the days after and the weeks maybe after Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was the victim of this homicide. And I want you to lock in on that, okay? Tell the jury through your investigation where Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida while he was working.
I was not the lead investigator on Donovan Thomas's homicide, so therefore I would not be able to answer that.
You or your teammates, tell the jurors where he was staying. That information.
I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't know.
With Jeffrey Williams, do you have any information? Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida in the same location as Kenneth Copeland.
I don't have any information that Jeffrey Williams was even in Florida. Confirmed information that he was even there.
Did you ever, the cell phone records you got at Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I did not get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Did your partners get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I can't speak what anybody else did. I did not get records for Mr. Williams' phone.
Did you ever plot, maybe not, but your coworkers, Jeffrey Williams' phone going to Florida?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness has been asked and answered multiple times and has stated she does not know of any records or does not know of Mr. Williams' whereabouts. Asked and answered is the objection.
Sustained.
Do you know where Kenneth Copeland was staying in the state of Florida?
I don't.
How about any of the other people? We could list them singly or collectively. Demise McMullen.
I don't know where any member of YSL was staying while they were in Florida in January 2015.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I interrupted.
No, I'm finished.
Okay.
Did you get that, man?
What was Jeffrey Williams' schedule on the 11th of January 2015, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, etc.?
I don't know.
Did you ever look into that?
No.
Did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' manager?
No.
Did you ever speak with his lawyers?
I had no reason.
I'm talking about business lawyers.
I had no reason.
Did you ever speak with the accountants?
I had no reason.
You went through Jeffrey Williams' financial records, correct?
No.
You never did that?
I never did that.
Did you have somebody do that?
I didn't have anyone look into any financial records for Mr. Williams.
Did you get his financial records? You or a member of your team?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
To your knowledge?
I don't know. I did not, sir.
I don't know. She took a pause on that one. What do y'all think? She took a pause.
How much contact through your investigation did Jeffrey Williams have with Kenneth Copeland or Mr. Zachary or Demise McMullen or any of the other people that you're talking about?
Which investigation? There were, I believe, 28 of them.
January 10th, 2015, January 11th, up till when you left the office.
I was not the primary investigator on the January 10th murder of Donovan Thomas. That was Investigator Thorpe.
Right.
So I did not receive any phone records or anything regarding Mr. Williams and who he contacted.
I asked you, and just tell me if I got this inaccurate, but I believe I asked you the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, and you're speaking with Mr. Zachary when he's at Jeffrey Williams' home, whether when people were allegedly saying what they knew or involved, supposed involvement on the killing of Donovan Thomas, whether Jeffrey Williams was already gone from the Sky House. Remember those questions I asked you?
Yes, I believe you already asked me.
And I have that you didn't answer that. Was he already gone according to Mr. Zachary?
I believe I did answer that.
And am I correct? He already left according to Mr. Zachary, when those conversations were occurring?
I believe that was asked and answered, and I believe that the video is best evidence. Objection.
All right, I can't really hear you without the mic. Sorry.
I believe that I object, asked and answered, best evidence. Asked and answered just a moment ago.
I don't think it was answered.
Go ahead.
The actual question. Is it true that Mr. Zachary said Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his apartment?
I believe I stated I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Do you remember the April 26, 2015 tour bus shooting incident I'm talking about, okay? Do you remember during this interview with Mr. Zachary that Detective Dennis, you and Mr. Zachary were talking about whether Jeffrey Williams was called on FaceTime during that night?
Yes.
And do you remember Mrs. Zachary saying that Jeffrey Williams did not answer?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Jeffrey Williams looks up to Lil Wayne or Dwayne Carter, the performer?
I believe you already asked me that.
And is the answer yes?
I've already answered that, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you answer the question unless there's an objection, and
Your Honor, there is.
it's not up to you to decide what to answer and what not to. Yes, ma'am.
The objection was asked, answered, and just before we went on break, and best evidence, it was also played in the video.
Sustained.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions from any of the other defense attorneys? Nope. Okay. Is there redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sergeant Gaither,
No
thank you.
redirect.
Is she released now, or are we going to see her back again too? All right. Thank you. We can
They said yes, she's
probably
released.
get a little more testimony in. Can you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state.
Okay, if you want to see the rest of that, this is day 140. And I put the Law and Crime whole page for the trial in the chat. And we're going to get ready to close out, but I'm going to play a little bit of my video that I did on Gaither. And kind of the way I do things is I do a little teaching as I talk about what's going on, how it affects the Asiatic community. Asiatics are people who are called black. Black is civilly dead in the eyes of the law, and it's a social construct. So is white, by the way. So those are buzzwords. And we need to start changing our language because words are very important. And we are who we say we are, but we're not that. We're human, and we're part of the human family. And we need to be associated with what we are a part of. We have a bloodline, a pedigree, and they are Moors. And a lot of people think that's an organization or a religion. It has a religious background to it, as do all humans. You know, they claim that America was born on Christian principles. That's not true. People came to America to get out from under the rule of religion. And that's why the First Amendment of the Constitution won't allow them to hold a religion against anybody. Individuals do it just like they do color. But they're only human beings, one race. We don't have 5 races. We don't have 10. We don't have a box of crayons, 8. We only have one, and it's human. So on that note, let me just thank by Capricorn for her super chat. And I think it was the super sticker. I may have done it already, but I'm not sure. And so I want to make sure that I do it. And I also want to thank her for the membership. She joined the membership offline. So I want to thank her for that. Okay, as we move right along, let's go to my video. It looks like I took it down, so let me go find it. And this is a video that I did on Gaither. Area. Here we go. I appreciate everybody that has stayed with me throughout the show and that are coming in and out. Thank you very much. Please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and share it. Make a comment. YouTube actually rewards us when we show engagement. So I thank you guys for staying. I titled this video, Justice or Revenge? Examining Sergeant Gaither's actions in the YSL investigation. You know, I don't know no other way to do it, and I'm slow as the turtle that was on its way to the store and never made it because they still on their way. That's me. I do the best I can. One good thing, when I worked, I was on time. That's one good thing. My mom and dad had a hell of a work ethic, and they didn't miss work. My sister that lives here, Phyllis, didn't either. She even went to work in the ice and the snow. Not me. I didn't even go in the rain if it was raining too hard. What is a marginal group? A marginalized group include women, people with disabilities, people of color, and remember what I told y'all, color is artificial, a semblance thereof. It is not real. And they call us a people of color. LGBTQ plus. And what I did was just cut the music off of my video that I'm playing tonight, because I have music on the other video and I don't want it to cross, so it sounds like it's echoing in your ear. Folks, indigenous people, who we are. People of a lower socioeconomic status, and so on. These groups have been historically disempowered and oppressed by influential and discriminatory groups. Now remember, we can't have this conversation, and they truly believe that we won't and can't read. So they can write all of this and everybody can have the conversation but us. If we start talking about it, we're censored. We're starting trouble. We're causing confusion. And what gets me to hear people that don't know our struggle and don't really know, no matter how close you seem, don't understand, try to describe who we are and how we operate. They will never be able to do it because we don't know. They think slang belongs to Now, is my computer crashing like cats? My whole video is gone. All of us. They've changed the slang so much today, you don't know what you're saying. Not today. And a lot of the stuff that we used to say, you better not say today. And I'm talking about to the hipsters. I'm not talking about in no law and order type of way. I'm just talking to a regular person that you used to could say, what's up? Today, that could be offensive. This table shows an example of marginalized groups from the perspective of the USA, Canada, and other countries. And I got that out of an article, and I have the article, and I did not get the article's name so that I could give them the credit, because I believe in giving credit to whom credit is due. The causes of marginalization is the result of discrimination. When we say that we're being discriminated against, they tell us to get over it. They didn't do it. And ain't nobody doing that to y'all. You're just lazy and you need to just get up and pull your bootstrings up and tie them up and get to work. That's what we normally hear. But the world can have a discussion and we not be a part of it. Discrimination exists in many forms, such as racism, sexism, ableism, ageism, homophobia, and xenophobia. And they may call that xenophobia. You know, I can help make up some words. You know how people can't read and they see a word, they just start making up stuff that ain't even there? I can do that too. I do that well. Call that living. So if you don't read too well, don't you feel bad. I read very well and still mess up. It happens to the best of us. There are also more subtle forms of discrimination, like microaggressions and stereotypes. Whether or not the discrimination is overt or covert, obvious or subtle, you don't know it, but that's what they're doing to you anyway. It marginalizes others, and that is unacceptable. Well, for 400 and some odd years, it's been unacceptable, but nobody has done anything about it. You know, James Brown had a song, I don't want nobody to give me nothing. If you open up the door, I'll get it myself. Well, we own the door, but when the door got took, what you gonna do? We won't even come together and listen to those who have spent their lives trying to uplift their people. And I'm not talking about joining no certain sect or being no certain way or wearing no certain clothes. All of those things may have meaning. And you may want to do that one day. But I don't think that's the essence or the importance of learning who you are and learning how this place operates and function, who you are. An American, indigenous to this continent. I want to talk about my young men now. Many of these young men grew up on or around Cleveland Avenue. And if you're from Atlanta, Georgia, then you would know about Cleveland Avenue. I don't know about it, but we have one in one of our marginalized areas. So I understand what it could be like, although I don't know what it's like. Without daddies, failing school systems, drugs and weapons, and little to no guidance. You know, Grandma did the best she could, but sometimes Grandma is just too old, and she may not be all the way in herself. And Granddaddy gonna do what he can if he don't lead. And somewhere while they were working very hard to give their children the best because they wanted them to be better than them, they lost control because they had to be away from their children. And a lot of the children had to rear themselves, and they went by other children. Hey, Jacob, I would like for you to email me. I would really like to talk to you. I really would. You sound like a very intelligent man. But I'm here to tell you that these young men, I am proud to say, some of these young men had daddies in their home. And in their lives. To this day. Hard-working men. Big Jeff. I got beat. He been on his job, if I recall, for 42 years. And he has reared 52 children outside of his own. 52 outside of his own. And I don't know their story. But I know that they said with Thug, it's 11 of them. They called him Little Jeff. It was an honor and a privilege to hear Mr. Williams and Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan has a son, Videlius Ryan. And I'm going to start with him. Handsome young man. He reminds me of my great nephew that I call my grandson. They look so much alike. Around the same age. But unfortunately, at the age of 14, and he lived with his dad. Hear me good. He said he took him to school every day and picked him up every day. His son has a beautiful IQ. And you know, I try to tell women about when your children excel, you got to be very vigilant and careful, because the enemy sees your children and they can't have that. No, we can't have that. So sometimes little Johnny really ain't that bad. Little Johnny might not be bad at all. Little Johnny might be the only one doing right in the neighborhood. And everybody really looking up to little Johnny. But some of these bullies, you know, got to try to test little Johnny to remind him that they still there. A lot of that is admiration, and I don't know how to express it because nobody ever taught me about these kind of feelings. You see, so many things when we were growing up, I'm 65, we had to suppress feelings. We couldn't express our feelings to our parents. We couldn't tell them how we really felt about what they were saying to us and doing or making us do. I wished you would. No, it didn't happen. We're some of the most behaved, mannerable people. So how do you change a behaved, mannerable people? You take the man out of the house. You take away their jobs. You give the woman welfare. And then you come back and you drop drugs and weapons in that community. And on every corner, in certain sections of town, in some states all over town, there is a liquor store, in a church, on every other corner. That's real talk. Anywhere you go in the United States, and I've been to a couple of other countries, but they were still here on the United States. I've never been to another continent. We got to do better. This is 2024. 2024. And we got people telling us to vote for a man who say, if you not black, if you don't vote for him. But what you need to understand is you're not black, period. So if you consider yourself black, then yeah, you going on with him because he got a place for you. And this music, what they're doing with the music, and how they're getting us to talk about all of this death and destruction, but we can't even say the words on social media, but we can play the songs. We can talk about pulling out them things and what we gonna do to somebody. We can do that. People on YouTube give big bucks for it. All they gotta do is talk about you. Say the worst vile things they can say about you, and they get donations. You can stay up 24 hours and do all the research, and you'll get a donation or two. The same faithful few who don't have no more than you. They just appreciate what you do. It's sad. It's disheartening. But it's reality. And it can't stop me from doing what my purpose is. And that's to help uplift fallen humanity. Whosoever will, let them come. Let them listen. I even noticed that people are listening a little longer. I know nobody's listening to a 4-hour live, but I don't know when they might want to go back another day and hear another little section and another little section and another little section, and so on until they've heard the whole video. I gotta do me. I love how people can tell what I'm saying in 4 hours. They can say it in 10 minutes. I've seen them do it, and I love it, but that ain't me. I can't do it. Hi, Regina M. Good to see you. I can't do it. But let me go back to little Redarius. And I may be messing up their name, and please forgive me because I don't like messing up people's names, but I found myself lately messing up names. So I got Little Rod because his daddy is the same. These young men are juniors. Mannerable children. Jeffrey Williams, young thug, doesn't have a felony on his name. That's rare in most neighborhoods for children by the age of 31 years old. Lil Rod, 14 years old, got accused of a murder that he wasn't even present. They tried him as an adult, and this was right before Fonnie left the office. And do know she left the office so that she can be practicing law for 3 years, and then she ran for office because that's the requirement to be a DA in Fulton County, Georgia. I have all of those qualifications and things, but tonight just ain't the time for me to break it out. I was going to start out with my plea bargain because it's really good and we really need to know how all of this intertwined, but I got too much to share, so I can't do that. And I'm so full after learning these stories and going to different people, hearing how they're telling the story, and all of us can't be wrong. I know we like who we like and all that good stuff, but we still got to do the right thing regardless. We still have to. When my nephew had a situation and he had to empty his, I just knew he would be gone for life, if not death. I worried about him so. And my daughter, she's my niece, but you know I call her my daughter. She told me, don't worry, he gonna call you. She said they always do. And then she said, we always do. No matter what, we gonna call you. And he called me. And I asked him, how is he doing? Oh, it just brings back memories. I could just cry for days because he said he was okay. He had to do what he had to do. And his family is all right and he's good. Had a family picnic on a park, celebrating the elders in his wife's family. One must do what one must do. I went to work. I started looking up every standard ground case I could find. The majority of them were in Louisiana. But the majority of them. But I found him. And he said, Aunt Cheryl, I want to turn myself in and I want you to take me. And my son and I went to work. And we took him to turn himself in. The lawyer that we chose had his own bonding company, so he didn't even have to stay 2 nights. But he got his bond revoked. He's in the car with someone who went to a place that he shouldn't have been, and he was on a monitor, and the monitor tells all. And he had to sit in Dallas County during COVID. Oops. It's out now. 19. And we were afraid for him. But he prayed. And I know everybody say when you get in trouble, you pray. But, you know, we taught our children to pray. We taught our children what we were taught. We taught our children about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And also taught mine after I started, you know, wanting to know how we replace the woman. My son really started learning before I did. And then I dived into it and he just loved it. So we taught them that same word that most people rely on. And then I bought some more words, the metaneta, the Septuaginta. I bought those things so that I could learn. What is it that they don't want us to know? Cosmology. We don't know nothing about the stars, but I'm a Scorpio. We don't understand how deep that really is. We don't understand metaphysics because we were not taught. All we know is emotions. And we don't know how to handle those. Everybody ain't coming, just like heaven. They done already told you everybody ain't going. So quit wishing for everybody to be there. Everybody don't want to be there. Do what you can to make sure that you are who you are to be. And live it before others. And maybe they'll grasp it and maybe they won't. But we all have to make our own mistakes, whether we want to or not. That's why I love that song by Kim, A Mother's Love. Because she knows that she must let go. We always in the background. And we always calling up for you. But we have to take our hands off. And only a daddy know what you guys do. Because I'm not a daddy. I'm just a mama of one son. Some people say he was spoiled. No, he was loved. And he reciprocates that love. It means a lot to be loved. But little Rod, his dad has been fighting. They've done some things to him since he's been locked up. 14 years old. He's been to 3 male prisons. Now he's 20, so he's been there 6 years. Won his appeal. But these people needed what they call some fillers. So they went and grabbed all these young guys that's committed crime that grew up on Cleveland Avenue or around there. And then they said, oh, because everybody called themselves YSL, and they put the tattoo on them just like the Omegas. I don't guess they think something wrong with them because they think most of them ain't committing crimes. Okay, I'm happy about that, but do we know that to be true? And I only say Omegas because I know they brand themselves. I'm sure they all do something. I'm talking about as far as the tattoos, the branding, whatever they do, to acknowledge. Nobody wants to be who they are, but they will be Greek. And that came from who we are. But it's okay. You have the right to be what you want to be. Remember, this is the land of the free and the home of the slave. But some proudly boast the land of the free and the home of the brave. And the only braves I know, if you're going to sing that song, would be at the baseball game. It's unfortunate that people are who we are, but we are people. And it doesn't matter who's at the helm. Remember, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So this young man now cannot even start the appeals hearing until he's released from this trumped up RICO charge. It is sad what's happening to our children, and nobody seems to care. And when I say nobody, I'm talking about a community. Let somebody get shot by a cop. Oh my word. Everybody now want to burn the city down. They don't care what the person was doing, and most of them ain't doing nothing but just living. But if we look at the statistics, and I understand why we're doing it to ourselves, I just gave you the reason. They took away the daddy. They took away the jobs. They gave us welfare. They brought us drugs. They bought us weaponry. Makes for a hell of a cocktail. And you know, just because you were able to make the right decisions and not get caught up, makes you no better than anybody else. Just because I was able makes me no better. We all have a purpose. I don't know what your purpose is. Maybe you should try to find out. But back to him. I want to play his attorney. And then they had a big story about this. He's the only one that has a court-appointed attorney. And if you know anything about Fulton County and been looking at any of my videos, I've been sharing with you that they have people. One gentleman had been in there 10 years, never saw a judge because he never got a court-appointed attorney. I've been telling y'all about the 6th Amendment penalty. They're trying to take away our right to a trial by jury. In these people's case, it is my belief, I am not a lawyer, an attorney, a paralegal. I don't pretend to be any, but I'm a woman. I can read. And those words I don't understand, I get a law dictionary and a dictionary, and I look them up. I know what tense I'm using them in. You know the parts of speech. We got to go back to elementary and know if we're talking about an adjective, if we're talking about a noun, an adverb, whatever it is. We need to know what we're talking about when you talk with someone who knows the language. It's not hard. It's work. And anything worth having, you got to do something for it. But in case I didn't finish the story about my nephew, after 2 years, he went to trial. And a trial with a jury of 12. And even the young man's mom and dad could find no fault in my nephew and what had to happen. And he was acquitted. Now they really, really, really want you to take a plea. And they'll throw out some hell of a numbers if you refuse. And as y'all been hearing, in the federal system, they kind of get away with that a lot. That's why a lot of these politicians that we don't understand politics because we were not taught and we won't teach ourselves. That's what they mean about the state controlling things. And we understand when they control things, what happened. And if we allow that today, then it needs to happen. I heard Asta talking about Kanye, saying that we volunteer to be slaves, and we do. And if you don't understand that concept, you don't understand politics. You're talking out of your emotions. Your logic don't work here. Those are emotions. See, if we learn the language, if we operate, you will be respected. Because whoever they are, although they may not believe like you believe, but they believe in something greater than themselves. And they believe in the karmic effect. And so they allow you to volunteer for a lot of things that you think is law. It's volunteerism. That goes back to those presumptions I was telling you about. It's real. Whether people believe truth or not, it doesn't matter. Truth has no versions. It is what it is. That's all it is. And I'm one of those people. I don't agree to disagree. If we disagree, we disagree. It's okay. Let's move forward. Because I'm not going to change my mind, and neither are you. There are times when you can come to a consensus with someone, or you may be wrong and can see it the right way. But there are times it doesn't matter. It is what it is, and let's just keep it moving and be happy to the best of our ability, because we know happiness is based on happenings. Joy comes from within when you deal with yourself, when it's just you and whoever you believe in, when it's just you. It has a way of dealing with you. If you haven't gone too far. You know, you've heard that scripture, the day you hear my voice, harden not your heart. Some people harden their hearts. They're not coming back. Some people are reprobate. They're not coming back. So you can keep looking for them to come back all you want. All you can do is be as kind to anybody that you can. For as much that lie within you, you do your best. And I'm paraphrasing all scripture to keep the peace. They say no justice, no peace. That's just something cute to say. Makes for a good storyline. But there can be no peace without justice. There can be no peace without justice. The Constitution affords us a right to petition our government. The right to bear arms is just to protect what's yours. It doesn't mean you just start aiming at people and firing. That's not what that's all about. That is what it has come to, but that's not what it's about. We have a way to deal with the government. If y'all don't think voting is really important, why do they spend so much money, time, and effort to keep us from doing it? You see, remember I told you they believe in an order. Whether it's your order or not, they believe in it. And it's called nature's law, God's law. They believe in it. And we all believe in some we say we believe in, and we don't care about nobody. Won't help nobody. If somebody hurt your feelings, it's over with for all humanity. Everybody you think is out to beat you. I mean, it's just too much emotion. Been there, done that. I sell t-shirts, not me. I sell t-shirts. Haven't sold many, but I sell t-shirts, journals. I believe in writing. The power of the pen is so very powerful. When you don't have money to see a therapist, you got to nurture yourself. When your mama is going to that other side, you got to find her in anybody that treats you with the love, kindness, and respect that she gives. Love is action, not feeling. So when I say love, don't go to the wrong place with it. Love is an action. It's actionable. It's not a noun. Now, if you want to use it in the personage of Jesus Christ, is which the way we were taught, then it's a noun. But love is an action. So much so, if you believe that he died for you. As you become an adult, you got to start acting like an adult and doing adult things. I believe it was Paul who said when he was a child, he spake as a child. But when he became a man, he put away childish things. I said that in one of my videos, and I said it all wrong. And like I said, I can mess up a story worse than Medea. I really can. Because they're parable and allegory. Written to make you think. Based in principles that makes it true, that is true. Symbolism so that you can relate to things. Not all things are absolute. But when you're taught dogma, you don't know that. And you're not going to listen and be open-minded. You have to find somewhere in you that you hurt so bad that you know it's got to be a better way. And you got to believe something greater than you can bring you out. And then you got to be willing to wants to see the jury. It's unbelievable what's going on. And we have all of these righteous and upstanding people, but nobody really stands. Unless it's them. And when I say that, I don't mean nobody, just like nobody is not all encompassing, just like everybody ain't all encompassing. All is not all encompassing. We all that are people that feel for others, that care about others. Many people don't know about us. They really don't care about us. But we know who we are. And we do what we do. Sometimes to our own detriment. But we do it. I want to thank everybody who's come in so far. I hope everybody has hit the like button. Consider subscribing to my channel, hitting the Cash App, or joining my membership. It helps with me growing. I'm learning. I don't know if y'all saw my new other country. Her accent is very heavy, and you'll hear it. But I want y'all to really pay attention because she's saying some good stuff. Okay, Regina, I'm going to take your word for it. And then I'm going to start believing on that. It's going to come back to me. I want y'all to meet Miss Angela D. Williams. She doesn't talk much, but she's awesome in her opening statement for this young man. I'm going to go off camera.
So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing the dog is crying over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become the target of the state. I'm going to break that down for you. Poor.
It is really playing with us tonight. It normally doesn't take this much for me to get the video, and this is my own video.
What that means is they live at the national or under the national poverty level. On a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world.
It's going to come back to me. I want y'all to meet Miss Angela D. Williams. She doesn't talk much, but she's awesome in her opening statement for this young man. I'm going to go off camera.
So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing Rodriguez Ryan over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become the target of the state. I'm going to break that down for you. Poor. Rodriguez was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The hospital was only 5 minutes away. I don't want to throw a school under the bus or anything, but the elementary school and middle school that he went to, 98% of the children there were on free or reduced lunch. What that means is they lived at the national or under the national poverty level. At one point, the Atlanta public school system was under scrutiny. They accused educators of cheating the students. The DA kept going around saying, we got to think of the children, we have to think of the children. These children are victims. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. For the RICO trial for APS, they got a conviction of educators. And they didn't get any of those students any...
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And in this case, they're trying to get a teenager for RICO. Young. Growing up on Cleveland Avenue is a very dangerous, destitute place. Rodriguez learned early that he needed to adapt. And he did what most teenagers and preteens do. They mimic. I remember when I was younger, growing up on social media, I used to hold up a C symbol all the time because I used to love this group called Cold Rain. It was my favorite group. I used to hashtag everything, cold rain, cold rain, cold rain. After every post, it would be cold rain. It would be rain emojis. Fortunately for me, I didn't grow up poor. So the state
everybody to celebrate.
All these rain emojis and C, I would have been accused of being a Kurt. I would have been a gang member.
I sustain this.
They would have said that I was...
I'll overrule that. You can go ahead and continue, madam.
Thank you. They would have said my rainy emoji said some murder that happened. Convenient. Rodriguez is here because when he was 15 years old, the state told this incredible tale of murder, and when you're young and you don't have the means, it's hard to refute those claims. From the age of 15, Rodriguez has been in 3 different prison systems. He's been to juvenile detention because they were holding him for the murder. He went to Fulton County waiting for the murder, and once he finally turned 18, they sent him to the Department of Correction. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people in here haven't been to prison. But if you've ever gone to prison, you would know it's overcrowded, it's underfunded, it's violent, and you have predators everywhere. And unlike maybe college or a new job, you don't get an orientation when you first go to prison to figure out how you need to do anything. Rodriguez had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodriguez, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call them Instagram posts. I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people, this is what I have. because he has to protect himself. It's prison. So you put poor, young, and convenient together, and what do you have? You have the perfect scapegoat for the state. This indictment has 28 co-defendants. And the prosecutors keep saying, we're trying to clean up the streets of Atlanta. We're cleaning up Fulton County. We're trying to drive crime down. You just heard me say Rodriguez is in prison. The jurors got it wrong in that murder case, and they convicted him. He's going to be there for life. They're not cleaning up the streets of Atlanta. They're cleaning up the prisons. And I promise you, the people in the prison, the wardens, they know how to handle their inmates. They don't need the DA's help. They have it.
I stand objection.
Out of 65 counts in this indictment that you guys had to listen to, Rodriguez is only in one count. He's only in RICO, that's it. Out of 190 overt acts, Rodriguez has 8 of those acts. 3 of them are for the murder that I've already told you about. 5 of them are survivor posts. He has to do these posts so he can survive prison. So why are me and Rodriguez here? Because the state wants to put on a show. Rodriguez is in less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're the villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society. You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Rodriguez, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So, as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodriguez Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess, sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
They would fight with their hand and their fist until they started dropping the drugs and the money. And, the drugs and the weapons. And then it went to a whole nother level. And a lot of these people claim a lot of different sets. And that's why I asked the question of the sergeant, what set is she claiming? They want to say that this is a hybrid game. That's what they want to say. But let me get into this so that we don't just have me talking, because I could talk for days on this subject. Okay. I don't want to tell that story just yet. I want to tell this one. It's where I started. This one is about ADA Love asking the court to deny defense motion for repetitive and cumulative testimony from so-called gang expert witness and not receiving Sergeant Gaither reports. And these are just things that I wrote up. If y'all just want to see them, I'm just going to show them quickly. I'm not going to keep them up there. But this is just what I wrote from each video, and so I could have my timestamps. Yes, ma'am. Yep, that's what she said, and she said it on the witness stand. Of course, she said a lot of things on the witness stand, that she came back and was very, very rude with the defense. But these are the things that I wrote about the videos, and I have most of these videos and a lot of this writing inside my description. Like I say, my mind is quirky, so I have to do things a certain way. I'm the most unorganized, slowest, detailed individual that I know. But I'm like Sinatra, I have to do it my way, or I won't feel good about it. So here we go. Let's look at this video here. Let's see. Box 5. Let me see if this is it. Nope, that's not it. I think this is it. Yeah, that's it right here. And I downloaded all of the videos, so that's probably why you hear the little clicking out. We only had one little instance of buffering, but hopefully it'll do us good and do us proud and let us see the video without the confusion. So let me see. Where I start. I'm going to have to bring this in because I'm going to need this. I need you to be smaller. Yeah, give me a minute. I'm just condensing this down so that I can put my paper over here, because I'm going to need to see where I have my marks. Let me take that down so I know where I want to stop it at. I might want to put it over here. I think I can see it over here. Because I want to put it big so y'all can see it.
Cross-examine. He was asked questions like, did you ever check out country music stars? You know, did you ever check out pop music stars? Things like that. But Detectives Gaither, they may have a different set of questions for her, primarily because her whole experience is entirely different. So for
what she's doing is what we heard Mr. Zachary say. We can certainly say her whole experience is different. Perhaps sleeping with the enemy, I don't know, but it makes it make more sense. She has inside scoop. Talking to the judge about the expert witnesses, because they had Officer Belknap and now this Gaither woman. She's coming and they're saying the same exact stuff, nothing different. They're supposed to be gang experts, and he actually had voir dire and said that they could be experts, and this lady could be an expert witness and a lay witness. And you all can judge for yourself, and please write in the chat if you're still here, and let me know if you think that she's an expert at anything other than helping to railroad these poor people. So here we go, and that's just one woman's opinion. That's mine. Everybody, believe me, they say presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. You're supposed to have a jury of your peers, but I understand that the jury is comprised of mostly middle-aged women all the way up to maybe about 60. There are 2 men, I think maybe 3, 2 Asiatic and 1 European, I believe, and about 7 Asiatic women. 1 is a young lady who's in her 20s of some sort. The others are somewhere between their 40s and 50. All of these young men pretty much are in their 30s. And of course, Little Rod is just 20. So it's just kind of hard to believe those are jurors of their peers, but this is what they have after over 8 months it took to seat this jury. So she's trying to convince the judge that she should have all of these expert witnesses who's coming up saying the exact same stuff, just telling it their way. And so this is what she's trying to convince the judge, that they may have expertise, because she's saying this Belknap guy that came up, if you haven't been following the case, he's supposed to be a gang expert, but he didn't even know not one gang sign. He didn't know the tattoos. He didn't know anything, but she said he's more of a classroom, whereas this woman is in the field. She really knows. Okay. She said she grew up in Chicago in gang-infested neighborhood, but it missed her because her family looked out for her, and she moved to Atlanta, didn't know they had gangs, and then all of a sudden, they have gangs, and she's a gang expert. From what she saw growing up, I guess. I don't know.
For that reason, we would ask the court to deny the motion to strike.
What about the no report?
The no report.
I did ask that you all tender a report to your experts, to include the gang experts. So,
Your Honor, throughout the discovery process, we have turned over to counsel for defense various throughout the Operation Planner's investigation that Detective Baker spoke about. There was, and it was given to the defense, and there was we have turned over to counsel for defense various reports, and most notably
Oh, that was awful, wasn't it? Y'all had the echoing. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it on mute. But let me tell you all that this lady is telling the judge that they gave this lady reports. Now, you're going to hear her say on I don't know how many occasions that she did not have her reports. But it is ironic that some of the things that was in her case file that she claimed she had to leave behind, the state has it, but they have not given it to the defense. And this judge, who is horrible, is allowing this to go on. I'm so sorry that y'all had to hear that rumbling in your ear. Let me put it on mute. I'm just kind of filling y'all in so y'all can understand what's going on, because she's going to go on and telling them that they got reports, summary of reports, and those summaries come from people that still work there. They did not come from her. It's supposed to be about her experience and what she did and what she knows.
Investigation that Detective Baker spoke about, there was, and it was given to the defense, and there was a summary of the events that were chronicled and counted as gang activity. I'll pass this up to the court and call it State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit EX1, just for an example. And I will give to counsel for the defense a copy as well, whomever wishes to see it. I'll place it up here. Just, would anyone like to hold it?
Look how horrible that lady looked from behind as a professional. This is just totally unacceptable in a courtroom. And she's supposed to be professional. This is so disheartening. I think we're going to move on to Gaither.
No, correct or incorrect. I can give you an explanation for what my opinion.
This is how rude Gaither was when she was interviewing with Max Short. Sad.
Was of Walter Murphy.
I'm not asking your opinion.
Well, I can give you the facts of what I understood Walter Murphy's statement to be, so I can't answer. I'm still answering.
I'm going to ask a question.
Basis. Yeah, let her finish. Okay.
Did you suggest Walter Murphy?
I wasn't done answering.
Your Honor, it's non-responsive.
Why don't you just rephrase the question, sir?
Did you personally suggest to Walter Murphy that there was a robbery afoot?
I didn't suggest that to him, no. He was giving me his account of what he believed happened, and the majority of his statement was based on once he received discovery and hearing other people make statements, he was working his story to work with their story. So if we didn't know a particular person or a particular statement was made, his way of trying to get around telling us information was kind of telling us stuff we already knew.
Now that you got that out.
That was my answer.
Okay.
I stayed.
So D'Angelo White.
Let's drop the commentary, okay?
D'Angelo White, when he made his statement about O.G. Bentley must have thought I was going to be robbed, did he see the discovery too?
Did who see the discovery?
D'Angelo White.
Discovery wasn't a thing yet.
Okay.
It hadn't gone to court.
So that would be no, he hadn't seen the discovery.
No, he had not. There was no discovery to see.
I'm sorry.
You gotta let her finish, sir. Okay?
There was no discovery to see. We weren't at that stage of the case yet.
What D'Angelo White brought up, but O.G. Bentley must have thought he was being robbed too.
Yeah, objection, ask and answer.
I stayed the question.
Do you have any evidence that Walter Murphy and D'Angelo White, those two individuals, ever talked together and said that this must have been a robbery?
I've never said that they knew each other or spoke with each other to come up with that particular statement.
But they both said it.
D'Angelo White's statement was first, and Walter Murphy's statement was after, which means he would have had part of our evidence from his case file when he was arrested from his lawyer.
Okay. In the interview in the car with D'Angelo White,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Dennis
asked Mr. White if anyone pulled out a gun on the people in the silver Pontiac, correct?
I believe he did.
Okay. And D'Angelo White's response was, we had guns and shit, correct?
Yes, he did say that, and it was more to that as well.
We had guns and shit.
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. We, being plural, correct? Correct?
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking if we means plural? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are.
All right, well, answer
Sir,
my
don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, I can't take no more of that. Let's move on. We're going to listen to a few seconds of how rude she was to Mr. Steele.
What I would conclude.
How about YSL? Any members of the record label or whoever you want to call it YSL? How much input did anyone with YSL have into creating this?
Objection calls for speculation.
I stand objection.
Do you know whether anyone with YSL had any input at all?
Again, I conclude that if someone put their name on something to be presented to the world and represent themselves, you would have some level of input on what's being put out to the world.
Did you do anything to corroborate your opinion?
Objection.
Oh, the objection.
As in,
anything?
No, it's not against the law to make a artwork. You know, it's not illegal. I was investigating crimes, not just specifically artwork.
Are you familiar with YSL putting out an album cover with an eagle holding the snake in its hand? Are you familiar with that?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, if you can show me something, I can tell you if I've seen it or not.
Let me show you what has been already marked as Jeffrey Williams number 2219. Inside of Jeffrey Williams' Sandy Springs home.
Why would there be evidence to say he was in the house? I never stated that, implied that.
Fine.
That he was inside his home.
All right. Now, Jeffrey Williams did host or a fundraiser, had a fundraiser for Jimmy Winfrey. Is that fair to say? Remember that Free Roscoe campaign you talked about with the hat?
Yes.
That Mr. Murphy was wearing?
Yes.
And that was on Mr. Williams' social media posts?
It was on a lot of YSL members' posts.
And it had a lot of, I'm not limiting to this, but shirts were made?
There's a lot of merchandise made. Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing like that for Mr. Stevens, right?
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Nothing like that for Mr. Murphy?
No, sir.
All right. Now, I want to go back, if you don't mind. On the music videos, you said you saw Jeffrey Williams' music videos, or some of them at least.
Are you speaking specifically
I will
about
speak
something?
specifically.
Yeah.
Are you, do you remember seeing a music video entitled Blood, where Donovan Thomas was in that music video?
I don't recall the title, Blood. You showed me the video, but I don't recall the actual title being Blood.
Okay, we'll do that in 1 minute if that's okay.
Okay.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions, okay? Are you aware that Mr. Thomas was in a music video with Jeffrey Williams dated December 20?
Okay, y'all, I thank y'all for staying with me, but I really believe that my Wi-Fi or whatever is acting too much, and perhaps it's time to call it a night. It's been 5 hours. I'm going to play my outro, which is my favorite song, I Believe the Children Are Our Future. And on that note, I am going to leave the Tiger's Den, because this is ridiculous. I wanted y'all to just see how this lady acts and the things that she was doing and saying and the plot. It makes more sense now that we know later on down the road. They thought Woody was going to do it for them, and it didn't quite go the way they wanted. And so Quindarius, I think that's his name, Zachary, came in and he told a lot, I would say. But I think that, like Miss D. Williams said, these guys, all they know is survival. And they were just trying to survive. And until you have lived in a condition in which they have lived, we may never understand. We may never comprehend. And I know a lot of people say they live by the code until they get arrested. And then the code goes out the window. So on that note, I'm going to get ready to close. Perhaps I may show some of this at another date, but maybe I've overloaded to the capacity because I have an Ethernet system, but for some reason it doesn't seem to be working like I would like for it to be working. So I'm going to give y'all my best and say good night. I didn't even think I would be on here this long. I thank the two of you who are here with me, and I hope to see you again come Sunday. And I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Goodbye. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.